Matters of privilege and recognition of guests, the Honourable Premier.
Well, good morning, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back to you, our pages, and to all of our colleagues in here in the legislature today. And it's exciting for everyone to get back to work in here today. And I look forward to spirited and thorough debate today and in the days ahead. Let me just begin by saying that I think we all feel we're blessed to live in such a wonderful province with so many wonderful people who do so many wonderful things for other people, all in the interest of just trying to make the lives of the citizens who live here better, Mr. Speaker. And I bring the attention of this House to the six Islanders who were recently awarded the Governor-General's Medal for meritorious service. They are Stephen Allen, Don Wright, and Ken Zakem, representing Santa's Angels, a wonderful group that delivers baskets to those in need on Christmas. To Carolyn Bateman and Joan Terra from the Autism Society of PEI, creators of the Autism Society of PEI and Stars for Life, who just do amazing work in that field and have helped so many Islanders along the way. And to Betty Begg Brooks, Mr. Speaker, for her organization Gifts from the Heart, and just wonderful examples of what it's like to be here in PEI and how kind and generous of a spirit those citizens have. Also wanted to say to those Islanders who are representing us at the Scotties Tournament of Hearts in Calgary under difficult circumstances. Our home team rink, Suzanne Burt, fell a little short last night, but had a wonderful tournament, Mr. Speaker, as I say, under difficult circumstances. So to Suzanne, Marie, Megan, and Michelle, Coach Mitch, and Kathy, their alternate, Mr. Speaker, I say a job well done. Keep up the good work, and thanks for representing us. Also out there, Mr. Speaker, Lauren Lenentine from New Dominion was curling with a new and exciting young team from Manitoba, Mr. Speaker. They too fell a little bit short in terms of advancing to the playoff round, but a tremendous successful past already in her rearview mirror does Lauren, Mr. Speaker, in a bright future, and she was recognized the other night at the Confederation Centre at the Sport PEI Awards with the Lieutenant Governor's Award, representing the top amateur athlete in Prince Edward Island. So congratulations to Lauren and all of the winners at Sport PEI, Mr. Speaker. I also wanted to recognize Liam and Kim Dolan, Mr. Speaker, who will be recognized by the Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce with the 2021 Entrepreneurs of the Year, Mr. Speaker. This dynamic and entrepreneurial couple have literally employed thousands of Islanders over the course of their career, Mr. Speaker, and they've really helped build and expand the tourism and hospitality sectors here in PEI. And I want to thank them for all they have done and their continued service heading forward. Much deserved award and recognition. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I know everyone in here is familiar with 6-year-old Clem Campbell from Brudenell, who come up with a very entrepreneurial and kind endeavor recently, Mr. Speaker, with his smile reminder buttons. And I just think with the news of what we're hearing in the Summerside area, Mr. Speaker, all we have been through these past 11 days or 11 months and change, that to remember what this bright and wonderful, kind 6-year-old boy has reminded us of, and the importance of a smile during difficult times, Mr. Speaker. And he's getting requests from all over Canada and beyond for his buttons, and it's an exciting time for Clem and his family, but just an important reminder for all of us that there are difficult days in our past, there are difficult days in our future, but you can certainly lift the spirit of a fellow Islander, Mr. Speaker, with something as simple as a smile. So all the best, Mr. Speaker. I wish our good deliberations here today, and welcome back. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to you. Welcome back to all my colleagues and the staff here in the Legislative Assembly and the pages who are back with us today. I want to give a particular shout out to the staff in the Office of the Official Opposition, who, like all Islanders, have been muddling through this difficult time in this new world that we live in, supporting the caucus mates in the official opposition, and I want to personally thank them for all of their incredible hard work and dedication to us over the last couple of months. And more generally to Islanders for, as the Premier said, standing together, taking care of each other, and being the strong community that we know Prince Edward Island to be and to continue to be. And that's why we are where we are today. So thank you to all Islanders for continuing to look out for each other. We haven't been untouched, of course, economically by this crisis. And first thing I want to mention is the Shop Local initiative, which was brought forward here in Prince Edward Island, of encouraging Islanders to spend 10% of their spending on local businesses here. And I think to a larger extent than perhaps we realize, we do have control over our economic recovery here. And every time you put your hand in your pocket to take out your hard-earned cash and put it down in a local business, you are helping the island recover here economically from COVID. And of course, we've been relatively untouched. Hopefully that continues from a health point of view, but we can help our province recover. So 10% sounds great. How about 20%, Islanders? We can do that. I want to make special mention of a couple of District 17 residents. One who sadly passed away, Daryl Guignon, who I'm sure was known by many people in this house. Daryl, who was a friend to many, who was an incredibly strong advocate for and defender of nature here on Prince Edward Island, particularly of our watershed areas. And he will be missed by many. He was remembered at the ECO-PEI AGM the other night. And I want to pass on my deepest condolences to Rosie, his wife, and also two of his children, Evelyn and Harrison, whom I know well, who live just around the corner from me. So condolences to his family, and I'm sure a great loss to many Islanders. And on a brighter note, as the Premier's already mentioned, Laura Lenentine, who lives in New Dominion, again in District 17, was awarded the Lieutenant Governor's Award as the winner of PEI's top all-round athlete the other night here on Prince Edward Island. She already has, as a young Islander, an incredibly storied career, and I'm sure that will continue. So congratulations to Laura, and long may that continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to welcome everyone back, and you as well, and my colleagues and the pages, and also all the staff, and thank our staff on our floor of the Third Party Office for all the hard work they do. Mr. Speaker, you know, there was some wonderful awards announced yesterday for that meritorious service award to Islanders for their great work, and it's wonderful to see that happen. We all know the great accomplishments of Islanders, right from our curlers, as the Premier mentioned, to all Islanders. And you know, we're getting through this pandemic for Islanders taking this very serious and listening to the heat of Dr. Heather Morrison, and we'll continue to get through this by listening to that. I'd also like to say, you know, we saw some amazing things happen over the last few months and over the last year, and you know, we saw Jay Scotland on CBC on the outdoor rinks, backyard, front yard, and you know, it's pretty amazing. And I know my son made one for his kids, and I had the pleasure of skating on it a few times, and I encourage everyone to get out this weekend and use them, because they could be gone Sunday or Sunday night, but you must commend the families and people for doing that, because I did it when my kids were little, and it's cold out there when you're flooding it. You got to flood it when it's cold, and it's a lot of work. So with that, you know, we couldn't live in a better place, and it's always a pleasure to be here, and we work for Islanders, and we'll all work together, and I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I won't take long here. I just wanted to, well, first of all, say hi to the constituents of District 8, Stanhope Marshfield. But first of all, I'd like to point out that my mother, who I don't speak of very often in this house, asked me last week if I'd wear my father's tie. So I'm proudly displaying my Scottish heritage here today with the Thompson Blue, Mr. Speaker, and just wanted to
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to be back in the beginning of another sitting. Following on from the comments around the awards of the meritorious service, it is fantastic to see community champions in PEI being honoured with such an important national award. I know Betty Begg in particular has been a tireless advocate. I think those of us who've had direct contact with her will know when she's got you on speed dial, she keeps dialing until she gets what she needs. So it's fantastic to see her work being recognised. She has made such an impact for Islanders who are in need, not just in Charlottetown but across the entire province. I'd also like to take the opportunity to recognise a really good friend and colleague of mine, Victoria Lennox, and her partner Cyprian Zilankowicz, who are the founders of Startup Canada, who are also being recognised with a Meritorious Service Medal. They founded Startup Canada in 2012, and that has been an organisation that has been a voice for entrepreneurs across the nation, and has really brought entrepreneurship and economic development into kind of the policy space, both at the federal and provincial level. So it's really great to see them being recognised in that same space. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw attention, while I have the opportunity, to the, following on from the Leader of the Official Opposition's comments around the Love Local PEI campaign, and that they have a small business contest happening right now that with small businesses nominated by the community, and there are not 50, not 100, but 270 small businesses from across the province that have been nominated, and this is your chance to vote for your favourite small business and show that love local. So I would really like to encourage members to promote and support that fantastic campaign. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say a very special hello to my friend Bethany Collicutt-McNabb, who is very sad that she can't be here in person, but is watching every moment, and I'm sure will be providing me with lots of commentary afterwards. So we all know Bethany, and best wishes to her and to everyone else in the space. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be back here again today, and I say welcome to all my colleagues, and I look forward to some spirited debate. I'd also like to welcome all those who are watching online or televisions at home from the fine district of District 27, Tignish Palmer Road. Welcome, especially to our post-secondary students who are studying online and taking a break to watch the session today, I'm sure. I'd also like to mention that this week and into the weekend, the Tignish Silver Fox Winter Carnival is taking place. It's a scaled-back agenda this year. It is CPHO approved, and I want to thank those who organized it and all those who participate in it. Have a great weekend, and while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish a happy birthday to Fred Gallant of Christopher's Cross Nail Pond border. On a birthday today, he won't tell me how old he is, but they say the older you get, the wiser you are, and he's a very, very wise man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, everybody. I want to say hello to everybody in Charlottetown West Royalty District 14. And there's a lot going on in the district. And I just want to say congratulations to Liam and Kim, who reside in the district. Betty Beggs, who resides on the Hurry Road in the district, but she often lives at Gifts from the Heart and has done an amazing amount of work there. And Carolyn Bateman, obviously with Stars for Life, and Kenny Zakem as well. Just recently on Wednesday night, we had a public meeting that was public, obviously, and it was also broadcasted on Facebook about an active transportation trail and trying to get everybody's voices. It was a great process, and we heard from a lot of people, and I think it was a success, and we're looking to move forward on that. So I want to thank everybody from the district who came out and supported that. All the award winners for Sport PEI, especially Jenna May Ellsworth, who won Female Athlete of the Year. What she did will be an historic achievement, as well as the PEI Team of the Year, the UPI Panthers women. That was an incredible feat what they did last year, so let us recall that. And finally, I want to say what a successful month as it comes to a close, Black History Month. Many events were conducted, a lot of online events that really brought people in, and the gala dinners on Saturday night at the Delta. So looking forward to that. Congratulations to Mayor Steele, the Executive Director of the Black Cultural Society, and all the volunteers who did an amazing job. So it was a very, very successful, and it was a different month. It felt different this year, and I want to congratulate everybody involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's most certainly a pleasure to rise today. My first time as Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning. I wanted to welcome back all my colleagues and all our friends out supporting us in the office and our pages. My God, it's nice to see those youthful faces. Also, I want to extend hello to all the folks in District 9 who are watching today. Thanks for everything you do, and most certainly there's lots going on in the district, so always excited to stay informed. Also, I want to take a moment to thank the former Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning, for his tireless leadership on this file. He's most certainly a good friend to me and has been an incredible mentor since I've been elected in my role as an MLA. So I just want to say thank you, and I feel like I have really big shoes to fill. Also, Mr. Speaker, a lot of alsos today. It's PD Day for teachers. This is a great opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank our teachers and all those involved in the education system, from early years to post-secondary. These folks, they put their heart and souls into their jobs, and I just want to thank them for their exceptional support, both emotionally and educationally for our students. Actually, this year, Mr. Speaker, on PD Day, all teachers will be taking their Records Information Management 101 course. So I'm sure the member across will be pleased to hear that. Finally, there's a song I've been listening to probably for the majority of my life, and I seem to listen to it daily. It's a song by Whitney Houston, one of my favorite artists of all time, and it's called The Greatest Love of All. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but I thought today might be a good little opportunity to just quote one of the verses, and maybe, I'm feeling a bit spirited, so I might even sing it. So here it goes. All right, so it goes. I believe our children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. That's all for today, folks.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed a pleasure to rise for the first time in this sitting, and I would in particular like to welcome all those who make the effort to follow me and all my honourable colleagues online. While I miss your faces on the bench and back of me and on the side, I want to point out that being online has its advantages, while your comments from the back bench is definitely frowned upon. Not so if you're online. You can comment instantly to individuals and all of us, and depending on the setup, the MLA can see them in real time. So online followers, please speak up, and I, for one, will be listening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like many members here, I'm also glad to be back here, but I'd be lying if I wasn't feeling a bit of anxiousness here today as well. In solidarity with District 22 and Summerside and area with the news we received last night, we're under a bit of a veil of uncertainty, and now is not the time for taking risks. So to all the residents of Summerside and area, please continue to look after your neighbours as we await better news of our COVID situation in the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to be back here in the legislature again for this session, and it's an honor to be in the new ministry, or I shouldn't say the new ministry, as the new minister in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And the other evening, Mr. Speaker, I had the honor and pleasure to attend the Sport PEI Awards celebrations. And I want to give a great shout out to all of, not only the ones who did receive awards, Mr. Speaker, but certainly all of those that were nominated. And you look, health and a very important part of the ministry is wellness. So again, let's keep active. And again, a shout out to Sport PEI and all of the award winners and recipients. My friend and colleague from Tignish Palmer Road, glad to hear the comment that he made here a few minutes ago. As you get older, you get wiser. He's always ribbing me that I'm a little bit older than him. So, you know, maybe I can extrapolate from that he thinks I'm a little bit wiser than him. So anyway, you know, we'll leave that as it may be. But again, Mr. Speaker, I do look forward to this session. A great honor, but certainly great challenges for all of us across the province as we have dealt with, continue to deal with the pandemic. And just in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to give a personal thank you to all of our healthcare workers, our frontline healthcare workers, for the great work that they do, even when we're not in a situation in a pandemic, as we have found ourselves to be in for the last 11 and a half months here, but day in and day out. So a sincere thank you to all of our healthcare workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford and the opposition House Leader.
That's the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today. I'd like to say hi to everybody in Mermaid Stratford, District 5, and it's a pleasure to be back here in the House. And I will just kind of continue on from what the Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning was speaking about the hard work of our teachers. And next week is parent-teacher interviews. And, you know, if you're a parent, you've received those messages saying, can you make this time? And I just think it's a busy time for teachers trying to not only arrange with parents' schedules, but to try to get their assessing done, try to get their all of their reviews done, to get those report cards out there. And so a big shout out to all those teachers, but specifically I'd just like to point to my daughter's teacher, Megan Stubbs-Smith, and I think anybody who's gone through Stratford Elementary would know what a great person she is and how inspiring she is, to the point where my daughter actually nominated her for the Hot Teacher of the Month, in which she won. And in part of her nomination, she said, and best of all, she likes Greek mythology, so she makes me feel normal. And just to have a 11-year-old say that about a teacher, that's pretty high praise. I think that those are the kinds of people that we have in our education system. And I would be remiss if I didn't send huge happy birthdays out to my aunts, the twins in my family, Diane Giddings and Dorothy Full. They're celebrating an undisclosed aged birthday today, which I will not share, and they have always been huge supports to me in my life, and I wish you a very happy birthday today. Enjoy it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to all of my colleagues. Hello to everyone in District 12, Charlottetown, Victoria Park. I would like to say happy birthday to my niece, Kathleen Mann. She is a student at UPEI and works at the Old Dublin Pub, and is not so much enjoying her online courses at UPEI, but she's making her way through, and she doesn't complain, and she works hard, so happy birthday. I would also like to jump on the two backs of the people who mentioned our educators today to endlessly thank the work that they do, and all school personnel in our schools right now. You know, I was having a discussion this morning and we were saying how little we ever hear our students complain. You know, our 7 to 9 students are wearing masks every day, all day, and you would never know it in my house coming from my daughter. She never complains. You know, they put their masks on when they leave the house, and it's just kind of what they do. And so thank you to our students as well. And I would really like to wish our educators a really good, productive, fun professional development day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's certainly a pleasure for me to rise here in the House today and to bring greetings to the fine people of District 6, Stratford-Keppoch. For those of may be joining online or on Eastlink, it's great to know that you're out there, and I look forward, as always, to our conversations throughout the community. And I know I was contacted by Mayor Ogden yesterday, and we're in the process of setting up a meeting with, as well, the honourable member from Mermaid Stratford will be attending to talk about the future of the community and their latest budget, and how we might be able to work together to advance some of the initiatives that the town has. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to just say in my new capacity as Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, a huge shout out to the men and women in the department that work tirelessly. They're dedicated, committed to ensuring our island highways and roads are safe. We've had a few weather patterns over the last little while, and while we're at home safe, quite often tucked away in bed, these men and women are out on our highways and our roads, making sure that they're passable, so that when it is safe for us to be out there, it is possible. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank these dedicated individuals for the tremendous work that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I didn't miss anybody? No? Member statement. The Honourable Leader of the third party.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I certainly rise today to talk about a situation that we had in my community back about a month ago. Mr. Speaker, the hard work and determination and genuine kindness of individuals who helped our community come together in light of a recent fire at Lishanu in Wellington, I can't speak enough about it. Mr. Speaker, it was barely a month ago that I received a call on a cool Monday night that there had been a fire at Lishanu that had prompted the evacuation of all the residents and staff. Upon arriving, I was shocked and humbled by the response of the staff, residents, and volunteers who turned out to help our senior community during this challenging time. We were fortunate that all residents and staff were able to safely evacuate, and we're even more fortunate to witness the compassion and kindness of the dozens of volunteers that were there to help. I cannot overstate how important these volunteers are. And though none of them lent a hand expecting any sort of acknowledgement, I want to thank each and every one of them. A special thank you to the multiple fire departments, first responders, the Wellington Legion, the Mill River Resort, Andrews Lodge in Summerside, the entire board of Lishanu, staff members, Christy Arsenault and Janice Gallant. Your timely actions and responses helped ensure seamless transition of residents and their families. I'd also like to thank the Premier, the previous Minister of Health, and the previous Minister of Social Services and Seniors for their quick response to help out in our community during this devastating time. Mr. Speaker, it's people like these brave souls that make our community great. In the community of Wellington and surrounding areas, we are a strong-knit group who is always there ready to help and lend a hand to our neighbors in need. To quote a former President, Jimmy Carter, who said, "We must adjust to changing times and still hold on to unchanging principles." Mr. Speaker, the fine folks of District 24 are always ready to embrace change on hand, but the principle they will never change is their steadfast commitment to families and their neighbors and their communities, while always going the extra mile to help those in need. Merci beaucoup, Mr. Speaker, et merci de tous ceux et celles qui se prêtèrent main forte en famille et résidents de Lishanu au cours des derniers mois. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Cornwall Meadowbanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after I reviewed the speech from the throne last night, I was kind of left with somewhat of an empty feeling in regards to mental health. The last year has revealed deep and widening gaps in our society, and I assume government will be working tirelessly to build bridges and improve access to much-needed services. There are hundreds of very capable and experienced people in the public service, and I know that they have been diligently working on solutions to challenges that have become so apparent. But it appears very little has been done to build a comprehensive response to the weaknesses that are now too all visible. Frankly, I expected a plan, but what Islanders got instead was a plan to start planning. I see the announcement of upcoming strategies, potential new models, new phone numbers, and vague references to obscure planning processes. I'm particularly surprised by the complete lack of progress on a new mental health hospital. Again, I assume last year would have been provided a real opportunity for government to engage in a more rapid process, to recognize the suffering of hundreds and responsibilities we have for those who are suffering. But instead, we got a quote from the throne of the speech, which I had to read at least 5 times. We are not meant to be isolated with our thoughts and our worries. This recognition is not an admission of weakness, but rather an affirmation of the complexity of the human condition. Mr. Speaker, to me, that's almost meaningless expression of sentiment. But if it was meant sincerely, so be it.
People are still hurting. It's our responsibility, it's your responsibility as a government to fulfill your commitments you have made. And please, on behalf of the individuals and families who are feeling too much pain, keep your promises.
The honourable member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, the opposition whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's no secret that PEI faces serious shortages in many areas of healthcare staffing. These staffing shortages are clearly seen with the frequent closures of the Western Hospital Emergency Department, the failure to sufficiently staff Unit 9, and the resulting closure of the Psychiatric Urgent Care Clinic at Hillsborough Hospital, and beds remaining empty at some long-term care homes while wait times increase. What is less obvious are the impacts of continued understaffing on the mental health and well-being and safety of the nurses and frontline staff who remain and are trying to keep these services afloat. While it is good to hear of some new investments in recruitment of nurses in the throne speech, I await more details and recognize there are many key areas and opportunities missing. In some cases, it's about having the same supports for nurses that we afford doctors. Things like allowing online testing for those whose first language is not English, and covering relocation costs for nurses and nurse practitioners, something that the previous Minister of Health recognized in this legislature in November 2019, but has yet to actually do anything about. We also need to look at innovative approaches that will further improve recruitment efforts. This is why our operational budget submission that our caucus brought forward contained ideas such as new upskilling opportunities and supports to retain our current RCWs and LPNs, and providing in or near hospital extended hours daycare services for essential workers, something that would really make PEI stand out among the Atlantic provinces. I hope this recommendation will be reflected in the new daycare spaces promised in the throne speech. Most importantly, it is not enough to recruit. We must retain our healthcare professionals. This will require government to take a serious look at why so many frontline workers are leaving their positions at Health PEI in so many areas. In this effort, government must work with unions and ensure workplaces are safe and find ways to empower staff and show that they are valued. We can't simply build a strong healthcare system for Islanders without healthcare workers, and we must do better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions by members, starting with response to questions taken as noticed. And for our first question, I'll call on the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The PC platform from 2019 says this: too much of our Islanders' income is being spent on taxes. We all know that government needs taxes to support critical programs like education and health and transportation. But there are many different ways of raising revenues. Some are fairer than others. A question to the Premier. Do you still feel that too much of Islanders' income is being spent on taxes?
Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a very delicate balance. I think if you're an everyday Islander, I would think that you don't want to pay any more taxes than you need to. I think that part of the job in government is trying to walk a very, very fine line, which is trying to have enough money in the treasury to pay for the services programs that we need to deliver as a province, Mr. Speaker. And it's always my intention to try to keep taxes as low as possible, Mr. Speaker, as fair as possible, while at the same time trying to deliver on expanding and much more needed public services, Mr. Speaker. It's a fine line we try to walk, and I don't think that'll ever change whoever's in this chair.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the government has been promoting an online casino which is projected to raise over $1 million per year once it's established. Gambling, of course, is often described as a voluntary tax, and all evidence shows that it is low-income households who spend far more of their money on gambling than anybody else. To the Premier, why is this government intent on raising revenues on the backs of our most vulnerable population?
The Honourable Premier.
I think, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to whether it's gaming, whether it's the sale of alcohol, and now the sale of cannabis, Mr. Speaker, that These are areas that I think that governments would perhaps prefer not to have to venture into, to be quite honest. But the reality is these things happen, Mr. Speaker, and so what a responsible government tries to do is to try to the best we can, ensure that these activities are taking place in a regulated environment, Mr. Speaker, that they're taxed so that we can use that tax money, as the leader indicated earlier in his first question, Mr. Speaker, to provide services and programs for islanders in need, Mr. Speaker. And I view the gaming situation similar to the conversation that we've been having over the last number of years around cannabis, Mr. Speaker. I think what we're trying to do is, if islanders are choosing to do gaming online, Mr. Speaker, that they would do it through a platform that is regulated through Atlantic Lottery Corporation, Mr. Speaker, and not some of these bootleg operations, Mr. Speaker, where all the resources and taxes go offshore and we can't figure out who's actually using the service and how we can help them if they need it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the throne speech spoke at length on the mental health crisis that's happening here in our province right now. When it comes to mental health, individual circumstances, of course, that lead to that are unique, but there are some universal underlying causes, and chief among them is poverty. Poverty causes ongoing stresses, and it's been shown to be the main determinant of poor health, both physical and mental. To the Premier, why is government pursuing a policy that clearly exacerbates a problem that we are trying so desperately to solve?
Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader for the question. It is a good question. I think it would have more credence if we were inventing gaming, Mr. Speaker, and trying to make money from it. I think what we're trying to do under the recommendation of the Atlantic Lottery Corporation, which is the gaming entity for the region, Mr. Speaker, is that these activities are taking place, and they're taking place online. They're very easy to access, Mr. Speaker. They're not regulated, and all of the resources go not just out of Prince Edward Island, out of Atlantic Canada, out of Canada. They go out of the continent, Mr. Speaker. And what we're trying to do is to say if this activity is taking place, Mr. Speaker, that you should do so through this regulated environment because it's a safer environment, Mr. Speaker, and we would have more revenue to actually assist those in need if they need it, Mr. Speaker. It's a difficult one for sure, but it's just trying to find our way through the reality, Mr. Speaker, and to do the best we can to make sure if you choose to undertake online gaming, Mr. Speaker, that it's done so in a regulated environment, and that's why we've proceeded, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The establishment of this online casino doesn't appear in the PC platform. It didn't appear in either of the throne speeches, nor any of the budgets that have been presented by this government. We never discussed it in this House. And as far as I'm aware, not a single member of government ever said a single word about it. But despite that, on December the 22nd of last year, Cabinet passed an order to move ahead with it. To the Premier, who did you consult with before making this decision behind closed doors 3 days before Christmas?
Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I have suggested, that I mean, the idea here is similar to what we have done with other, I guess, which is commonly referred to as sin taxes, whether it's smoking, whether it's cannabis, whether it's alcohol, Mr. Speaker. That government, goes down this road simply because we have to find a way to try to do this if it has to take place in a regulated environment. I think we all would agree that there are still bootleggers in Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. I would prefer, if you were partaking in the purchase of liquor, that you do it through a regulated environment because it gives us a better opportunity to identify those who might have challenges, Mr. Speaker, for example. And it's the same thing with gaming, Mr. Speaker. If you look, if anyone watches sports, for example, every commercial on TV, every advertising on the rink boards is for Poker Stars, it's for DraftKings, Mr. Speaker, and these seem all very legitimate businesses, Mr. Speaker, but they're unregulated. All the proceeds go offshore, Mr. Speaker, and I think what Atlantic Lottery has asked us to do is to try to find a way to take this into a more regulated environment if it needs to be undertaken.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
My question was, who did you consult with? And the only group I heard in that answer was bootleggers. So maybe you consulted with bootleggers, I don't know, but you sure didn't consult with the people you needed to. This is what I have been told is often called misery money. You described it as sin taxes, but it's misery money. This is taking money out of the pockets of the most vulnerable. And we know that nobody from the mental health department of Health PEI was approached, which is astonishing, given the negative impact that we know gambling has on vulnerable islanders. We know that gambling leads to hundreds of Canadians taking their lives, and that statistically, 2 of those Canadians every year is an islander. And yet you didn't even speak to your own experts in government in this field, to the Premier. Is this an appropriate process to follow for such an important and a potentially deadly decision?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, online gambling is taking place every single day, Mr. Speaker, and it's been taking place for years. So we haven't come out and tried to invent online gaming as a way to take more money from people's pockets, Mr. Speaker. Atlantic Lottery, as the gaming regulatory body in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker, is saying, could we offer a different opportunity here so that if Islanders or Atlantic Canadians choose to do online gaming, which I'm sure many of them have been doing, Mr. Speaker, and continue to do to this day, that they do so through a regulated environment. That gives us the opportunity to get tax dollars, Mr. Speaker, to offer more help if need be to those who need it, Mr. Speaker, and to have a regulated process, Mr. Speaker. I would prefer Islanders did not do this, Mr. Speaker, but I can't live in a bubble and pretend that they're not doing it already, Mr. Speaker. I would prefer if they choose to do it, they do it through a regulated environment, Mr. Speaker. That's the safest way to do it. It's the same approach we take with tobacco sales, with cannabis sales, with alcohol sales, Mr. Speaker, and we have to do the best we can to make sure that regulated environment provides the services that are needed if and when they are needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, and I'm sure others in this House have heard from a large number of Islanders who strongly oppose this idea. They don't like the cloak of secrecy behind which the decision was made. They don't like the absence of consultation. They don't like the similarities that this has to the Liberals' failed e-gaming scandal. And they especially don't like the negative consequences it will have for a vulnerable island community. This is clearly nothing more than a cash grab done secretly and without consent or consultation. To the Premier, when are you going to reverse this decision?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, as I've been saying from the beginning, there's nothing to be done in secrecy. We do make decisions in Cabinet and we make them public, Mr. Speaker. There's no secrecy to it. And to suggest this is an e-gaming, even equivalent is preposterous, to be honest, and it's a horrible attempt to try to get a headline in my own view, Mr. Speaker. E-gaming is a black eye to Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker, and it's horrible. And to suggest what we're doing is offering an online option in a regulated body, Mr. Speaker, to a service that is being provided around the world, Mr. Speaker, right now and has been, Mr. Speaker. They're advertising at rates that are incredible. It's all over the place. It's become common nature to see people walk around with hats from PokerStars and DraftKings, Mr. Speaker, and there are pop-ups all over your computers, Mr. Speaker. What Atlantic Lotto has asked us to do and have asked other provinces in the region to do is to offer an online component in a regulated environment, Mr. Speaker. That's what we've done. I would prefer Islanders did not do this, Mr. Speaker, but if they choose to do it, this is the responsible way to do it through a regulated environment.
The Honourable Member from High Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, when discussing the introduction of mobile mental health crisis teams on a podcast, Dialogue with Drake and Dabu, the Premier stated that if through the triage process it could be determined that when someone calls, if they're not a concern, there's no handgun involved or anything like that, then we will certainly dispatch the social worker and health professionals without police. Question to the Premier. Required police presence at every call has been the key point of contention regarding the proposed model. Will police be present at every call or not?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question, and it has been a contentious issue for sure, Mr. Speaker. She talks about the proposed model of the mobile mental health units, Mr. Speaker, and I think as we work toward this, we have to be open-minded to how we can deliver the best and safest service Mr. Speaker, to those in need. At the same time, those providing the need, Mr. Speaker, have to know they're going into an environment that is safe for them to provide their work. So I believe there's a way forward, Mr. Speaker, to do this adequately and to do it properly, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work with the Minister of Health and Wellness and staff, Mr. Speaker. We want to get this right, Mr. Speaker, for sure. The intent is to provide services to those in crisis, as quickly as possible in their own home and community, if and when possible. It's a noble gesture. It's an important initiative for government, Mr. Speaker, and it's important we do it right. So we continue to try to find the best road forward on it. And I believe I've made a couple of years in here of trying to be open-minded to find the proper solutions, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're trying to do in this regard.
The honourable member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard a lot of, if this is possible and maybe this and maybe that in that answer. When the mobile mental health team model was presented in the Health and Social Development Committee, it was described as consisting of one health professional and one police officer on all calls. So there wasn't any, question about that. That was what was presented as the model that will be implemented. This is a model that other jurisdictions are moving away from and was apparently finalized after consultation with 4 individuals and 1 family with lived experience of mental health and addiction services. But that's it. We only asked 4 people in 1 family. Question to the Minister of Health. Why was it decided to go against the recommendations of the steering committee and organizations such as the Canadian Association of Mental Health and Addictions to include police officers on every call?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. You look across the board, Mr. Speaker, at the number of programs that are provided through mental health and addictions. And this is another program that, yes, we are looking at. We want to provide this service. We want to provide it, though, as the Premier has alluded to, Mr. Speaker, in a safe way, in an expedient way for the client, but we also, Mr. Speaker, want to make sure that our staff, when they are responding, that they are responding in a safe manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Mr. Speaker, this seems to be a hallmark trait of this government. Announce some shiny new plan without any details and then flounder for months or years to try to come up with a way to make everyone happy. The health file is filled with promises, but we seem perpetually stuck at the 1-yard line. Question to the Premier, when will we see any completed initiatives on this file, such as midwifery, mobile mental health, the mental health hospital, the women's health strategy? I could continue, but I'm going to stop there for now.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where to start. Mr. Speaker, we're trying to, as a government, do what we can to deliver services for people who need them and to do it well, Mr. Speaker. We are the first to stand up, perhaps in history in this chair, and say we don't have all the answers, Mr. Speaker. We work together trying to find the solutions, Mr. Speaker. The member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke has been a strong advocate on this and has some strong positions and good opinions on this, Mr. Speaker, which I think is only responsible for us to take a look at. These are big undertakings, Mr. Speaker. We inherited some of these challenges, Mr. Speaker, which needed a lot of work, to be kind. And we're working toward it, Mr. Speaker. We're trying to work with broad partners. We have great community partners who deliver on a lot of the government initiative, deliver on the government initiatives, Mr. Speaker, and we need them to do more of that. So, look, I know this requires some patience. I don't have a whole lot of it personally, Mr. Speaker, but I can't stand here and apologize for trying to make better situations, Mr. Speaker, that need to be made better.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the land transaction of 2,200 acres in Bedeque, the Minister of Agriculture and Land stated, and I quote, "The report I received from IRAC states that there are reasonable and probable grounds that 2 individuals and the corporation involved contravened the Lands Protection Act by having aggregate land holdings in excess of the prescribed limits during the time period reviewed by IRAC. In yesterday's throne speech, we heard the government, yet again, kick the can down the road by regarding bringing forward amendments. Question to the Minister of Agriculture and Land. Given that you were in possession with the information of how the Lands Protection Act was contravened, will you commit to bringing forward legislation in this current sitting to ensure that the contravention cannot happen again?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Land.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This file has been on my desk for quite a while, Mr. Speaker, and it's a complex file, Mr. Speaker, and there's no one in this House that wants this report released more than I do, Mr. Speaker. Because Islanders deserve to know, Mr. Speaker, what's in that report, Mr. Speaker, and they will, Mr. Speaker, just a matter of time, Mr. Speaker. But for us to proceed, as the Attorney General, I have to follow the letter of the law, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. I have asked the parties involved to divest their land, Mr. Speaker, to come into compliance, Mr. Speaker, and I will continue to fight, Mr. Speaker, on this front. We set up the Lands Matter Committee, Mr. Speaker, of 12 highly capable Islanders that are volunteering their time, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that the land's protected on this island for generations to come. Generations to come, Mr. Speaker. And I wholeheartedly believe that, Mr. Speaker, and I will fight that all the way through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister has referenced the Land Matters PEI Advisory Committee, and unless I'm mistaken, he's kind of painted himself into a corner based on the fact that if you haven't given the unredacted report to a standing committee when they asked, if you've given it to the advisory committee, that would be shocking to me. And so waiting for them to come back with a report is absolutely unacceptable, because what answers can they give you if they haven't seen what's in the report? The Minister and IRAC are the only ones with full knowledge of what happened and why 2,200 acres of PEI's farmland was allowed to go to parties that were ineligible to own them. IRAC isn't talking, and the Minister is complacent. The Minister blocked a standing committee from having access to the report so other legislators could do the job for him. We, as legislators, we're here to do legislation first. Question to the Minister, when will you stop being complacent, do your job, and make the changes you know are required?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Land.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a family farmer myself, I still consider myself a farmer even though I've stepped away from it, Mr. Speaker. A third generation off the same property that I farm, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 children that I hope will farm on that same property, Mr. Speaker, and I hope my grandchildren will farm on that property, Mr. Speaker. That's how important this is, Mr. Speaker. I believe that farmers should farm, the processors should process, Mr. Speaker, and that's how I always will look at this, Mr. Speaker. As for the members' constant request for the Attorney General to break the law, Mr. Speaker, I have very, very serious issues with that, Mr. Speaker. I have followed the letter of the law. I am a man of integrity, and I will follow the letter of the law, even though it's not the fastest process in the world, Mr. Speaker. I will follow that letter of the law, and I guarantee you, every Islander will see this report, Mr. Speaker, in whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture and Land has treated the IRAC land report like a political hot potato and has gone to great lengths to avoid releasing the report. Multiple legislative committees have requested the Minister to provide the report with appropriate safeguards to protect any personal information. Never mind that the VoIP Act does not apply to the Legislative Assembly. But the VoIP Act does. It authorizes government departments to disclose the personal information for the purpose of complying with a subpoena. A question to the Minister. Does a standing committee really have to go to the great lengths of issuing a subpoena in order to get the minister to finally act on his proposed transparency on this file.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Land.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Mr. Speaker, my question today is to the Premier. We all know it's been a long year, and the pandemic has left lasting scars in terms of mental health, business worries, and a general fear of the unknown. Of course, the federal government has done the bulk of the heavy lifting in support of individuals, families, and much of the private sector. But your government is expected to take a leadership role in terms of providing a roadmap for islanders. Mr. Speaker, at a time like this, I think everyone agrees focus must be to help individuals and families survive while government finances take a backseat. So will this Premier and his government provide new tax measures and relief to islanders in his upcoming budget?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader of the Third Party for his question, and I would agree that and I have been consistent from the beginning in the fact that the federal government has responded in a way that we have never seen before in this country, Mr. Speaker, because they've had to. And I would be hard-pressed to get anyone to point another Premier who has been able to give more credit to the Prime Minister and his government and the 4 MPs here in Prince Edward Island for their response, Mr. Speaker. So I think I'm grateful and all Islanders are grateful, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the budgetary process as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, I think we've outlined, that we will be there for Islanders for as long as we need to be, Mr. Speaker. We never want to spend money recklessly, Mr. Speaker. We have to be careful in how we do that. But I think the reality is we're in a situation where deficit financing will be required for the coming year for sure, Mr. Speaker. Along the way, we are trying to offer some tax relief if and when we can, Mr. Speaker, and that will continue. And I'll be very excited to share that when the Minister of Finance delivers her budgetary address in the days ahead, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Premier. Too often government politicians confuse physical performance with the realities of putting food on the table, paying bills, and raising a family. And during a difficult time, I think it is fair for people to expect government to put far less emphasis on the bottom line. We also know that the basics like food and rent and transportation can create a lot of pressure on families' finances. So will the Premier guarantee now that taxes on essentials will not be rising in the spring?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can promise the member and all Islanders that we're going to do everything we possibly can, Mr. Speaker, to get Islanders through this and to be there going forward, Mr. Speaker. I would need a further example of what his definition of essentials would be. I think it's all common knowledge that at some point in 2021 we're going to see an increase in the carbon pricing, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know if fuel and home heating is a classification of essential. So it would be hard for me to make a promise those things won't go up, Mr. Speaker, because of the carbon pricing, agreements that we will have to have with the federal government. But it's certainly not our intention to be raising the costs on Islanders right now. Our job, one, is to get Islanders through this and to be there until we're finally comfortably through it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know the Premier has promised tax-free zones for selected businesses. I have assumed that these zones are for new businesses. But what about the long-standing businesses? What about those who have helped build our economy over the decades? What about the bread and butter of the tourism and aerospace workers and the people who have worked in restaurants and theaters? Will you be introducing special tax measures to allow these islanders to emerge in one piece from these difficult times?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think aerospace is a tax-free zone now. If I'm confident in saying that, and I am, Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to do, I think the Honourable Leader of the Third Party is referencing our clean tech park initiatives and the desire to further expand on what we do in terms of offering businesses tax incentives and other opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to not just locate here, but to relocate island businesses here if they see fit, Mr. Speaker. So, our job here is to try to rebuild our economy in the short term, Mr. Speaker, but we also have to keep an eye on the mid and long term. And as we transition and meet the targets of a changing environment, Mr. Speaker, to try to capture the economic opportunities that are wrapped in that, and that's what our initiatives for clean tech are, Mr. Speaker. But I would have to say confidently that in a difficult time, the last 11 and a half months or so, that we've responded in a record way to help all of those individuals that the Leader of the Opposition referenced, and we'll continue to do so until we're comfortably through this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from O'Leary, Inverness.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in recent comments, the Premier appears to be giving up on the idea of working to eliminate the waiting list of Islanders needing a doctor. The fact of the matter is this, Mr. Speaker. Government's goal of eliminating the list of Islanders for access to family doctors should always be top of mind, as there are many ramifications for Islanders who do not have that access to their family doctor. Taking that goal seriously is part of the effort, Mr. Speaker. It's important that we always keep our foot in the accelerator, and especially with such a difficult challenge. And I might remind the Premier that was also promised in the PC platform in the last election. Every Islander would have a family doctor. So my question is this to the Premier. Why the white flag? Why surrender? Seems like you're throwing the towel in, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, where would I start? Where would I start, Mr. Speaker? How about 2007, Mr. Speaker? A doctor for every Islander, Mr. Speaker. 11 years later, Mr. Speaker, what had happened? The list for people needing a doctor only got longer, Mr. Speaker. What I'm trying to suggest, Mr. Speaker, to Islanders is actually let's work together to address that list, Mr. Speaker. Let's stop misleading them and telling them that we're going to do things that we cannot do, Mr. Speaker. We have 11 doctors ready to come to Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker, and what they're telling us is institute electronic medical records, Mr. Speaker, get a collaborative care practice going, Mr. Speaker, and we will be here, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. You might have kicked it down the road for 11 years, Mr. Speaker, but we're not going to.
The honourable member from O'Leary, Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we all know that it is a challenge to find family doctors. I'm saying that it's important. Now, let's throw some numbers out here, Mr. Speaker. When I was minister, 8,000 on the patient registry. Do you know what it is today, Mr. Speaker? Today, the Premier said, 15,000, a little more. 15,803 Islanders are on the patient registry today. And I might add, that does not even include Dr. Crothers's approximately 3,000 patients. That's way too many, Mr. Speaker. Given the fact that the Premier has pretty much given up on the hard work of eliminating this list, what is an acceptable number in the Premier's view? What is the acceptable numbers of Islanders that should not have a family doctor?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, as what we have outlined and articulated and what we're moving forward on, Mr. Speaker, is in response to what Islanders are telling us, what the medical community is telling us, Mr. Speaker, is that 15,803 people need medical service, Mr. Speaker. When they need it, that service needs to be provided for them, Mr. Speaker. A doctor will be at the center of that delivery, Mr. Speaker, but it might not be, and it probably cannot be, the first point of entry into the system when you need it, Mr. Speaker. So what we're trying to do is work with the wonderful collaborative practices that we have here in Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker, because we care about the person, Mr. Speaker, who has to walk in the door and get service, Mr. Speaker, and we're not content to make them wait on the end of a phone like you were for 11 years, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from O'Leary, Inverness, for second supplementary.
Yes, it seems like phone line sounds like he wants to do a call center to access a lot of mental health services and things of that nature, Mr. Speaker. But my opinion is this. I understand the difficulty of the tasks. Government seems to be not up for the job in dealing with this physician shortage issue. But maybe this is some way that the Premier is trying to cleverly sort of stating Islanders without a doctor are just going to have to settle. Governments can't solve your problem. Yet, we're willing to change names like healthcare hubs to healthcare homes. I don't know, in the hood, I don't know what the neighborhood is and this stuff, but Mr. Speaker, my question, if the previous minister wasn't able to solve the waiting list, and now you believe the current minister won't, who is responsible for Islanders to access physicians, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we have now 15 doctors who are practicing or will come here and practice, Mr. Speaker, 15 new doctors. We continue to recruit doctors, Mr. Speaker. But as an example, Mr. Speaker, that the need to recognize how the delivery of service has to change, Mr. Speaker. We have Dr. McGuinness who practices in Montague, who has a very, very large, perhaps close to 10,000 patients, I would say, when it's all said and done, Mr. Speaker, and I believe you might be one of them, Mr. Speaker. So when he retires from his family practice, Mr. Speaker, there can't be one doctor come in to replace that, Mr. Speaker. But there are 10,000 people who will need access to services, Mr. Speaker, and it's the responsibility of a responsible government to provide that, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're trying to do. We have a tremendous offering of health services around Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker, whether they be nurse practitioners, family doctors, Mr. Speaker. We have specialists, we have RNs, LPNs, we have social workers, Mr. Speaker. We even have pharmacists that want to play a role, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're trying to do because we care about the people who need medical service in this province to be able to get it if and when they need it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Cornwall, Meadowbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question of the Premier. Late last year, the Premier said a new carbon agreement is due the end of March. This new arrangement will have an impact on many islanders, sectors, and industries, and during a difficult time, it may be hard for some people to manage. Last December, the Premier said the following: Islanders need to have an idea of where we are going. So my indication would be, before we get to signing an agreement, that we would share where we are at to get some input, and would be my overall hope. So will the Premier please share where we are going?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, it is a really good question, Mr. Speaker, and that is my intention. The negotiations that we're having right now with the federal government, Mr. Speaker, have been extensive. There's been some disruption in it due to COVID and other things. It looks like right now the existing agreement that we have in place will probably extend until the 1st of September, Mr. Speaker. But when I look at the 1st of September, the federal government is adamant and insistent on increasing the carbon pricing model in Prince Edward Island. In the past, exempt was home heating fuel and propane, Mr. Speaker. That will not be an option this time. So those are the situations that we are working with, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, we are working on a program that will refund the money back to those islanders, Mr. Speaker, who would be impacted by this, along with working to meet our aggressive net zero targets, Mr. Speaker. But I anticipate September 1st that we will have, beginning a new carbon pricing arrangement in this province.
The Honourable Member from Cornwall, Meadowbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and part of the question would be that we were promised input from the general public on this issue, and I know during the election campaign or shortly thereafter, you referred to the carbon tax as being punitive, but then in December of this year, we said price on carbon is a way forward. So there's a little bit of contradictory in your statements, but I assume everybody over the past year, 2 years, has seen that carbon pricing is a way forward. But I do have to ask, Premier, what is your feeling on Trudeau giving the full rebate to islanders, or the islander, you as a government returning those rebates to islanders, and what's your preference?
Honourable Premier.
I think what the honourable member is referring to is, I guess, if we would not go into this arrangement, there's the federal backstop in which they would exactly do that. In terms of my own opinion, Mr. Speaker, what I have been consistent on is that I think the federal government has a desire to implement a carbon tax across the board for obvious reasons. They're a big national government, and it's an initiative they want to send a signal on. What I've been saying from the beginning, and I've been asking the Prime Minister for, is that we can help you reach those goals if you let us be creative in how we do it. Until such time as we get, for example, a greater public transit system going, I don't like to see the price of fuel increase beyond what it's been increasing already, because I think it unfairly impacts those who live far away from the major centres, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not opposed to doing what we need to do. I have wondered aloud, and I continue to wonder, is a carbon tax the best solution for PEI? I understand the premise of a carbon tax. I think when you put a price on something, it does change behaviour overnight. I do feel, though, that islanders have changed some behaviours here, and I would prefer to incentivize individuals to continue to do that. The reality is the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada is going the other way. My job is to work with them to find a solution forward. We want to improve the environment here. We have been, and we will continue to. And we have to find ways to make sure the least amount of impact as possible on the pocketbooks of islanders.
The Honourable Member from Cornwall, Meadowbank, your second supplementary.
It's good to hear, Premier. But Islanders are out there and they're looking at this as a possible impediment for some of their industries and sectors that are so much needed right now, especially during the pandemic, especially during if you take the service sector and places and types of sectors like that. But so I guess, Premier, I'm asking you, are you willing to provide full rebates based on the carbon tax if we don't use the federal backstop?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our intention would be to rebate the money back to Islanders for sure, Mr. Speaker. The other challenge that we face and that we have to be creative on, and I've talked to the new minister on this, is that a large percentage of those who burn home heating fuel, for example, are low-income Islanders. So a rebate program for low-income Islanders is not much help to someone if they don't have the money to spend first. So we want to be creative in how we can help those Islanders transition maybe from home heating oil to a heat pump, for example, to make it easier for them, Mr. Speaker. But I feel we will have a rebate program that will put the money back in the pockets of Islanders, Mr. Speaker, because to try to lessen the impact, but at the same time try to continue to encourage them to change their behavior, to change the mode of fuel or apparatus that they're using for heat, Mr. Speaker, and that's our intention, and I'm happy to share more of this in the days ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Morel-Donagh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are to the Minister of Finance. They're on the decision to allow ALC to expand into the iCasino as well. Now, I know the Minister and I have discussed this before. Minister, I understand that this is not up and running yet. Is there still time to talk to the staff and the experts in mental health and wellness about the impact of this decision?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I discussed and answered really extensively about this in committee. I think it was 2.5 hours of questioning, and it was made quite clear that it went to Cabinet in December to get the okay to move ahead and look into what we would do with going with an online platform with ALC. And we are still discussing technical standards with ALC. We're going to reach out to Health and Wellness. We're willing to discuss how we should move forward. We made it quite clear that there will be no online gambling option for Prince Edward Island without very stringent regulations put in place with the amount that's able to be bet, and also through ALC, there's a number of abilities to limit what you bet, the time you spend on there, and the ability to time out. So we want to look at this as giving Islanders an opportunity to gamble online in a responsible way. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Morel-Donagh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that you're going to go to the department and find those things out too. I would argue that just not doing it at all would help reduce that need for those people to opt into a new source of gambling. I struggle with the repatriation back. I feel like the only way to is if the market is increased, that's how the people are going to start gambling. But I hope I'm wrong on that. You had talked in committee about the ads online, the ads on the news, that kind of thing, for offering coupons for people to start new accounts. Can you tell us for sure what's going to happen with that advertising today?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I talked about in committee, there was an offering on the ALC website for a $20 voucher, I believe. And as soon as my department was made aware of that, I sent a letter to ALC insisting that that was removed and not offered to Islanders. And as far as expanding the gaming on PEI, ALC has looked into this. They're spending, Atlantic Canadians are spending approximately $100 million a year. And if we can take $1 million of that share back to Prince Edward Island to offer the services that Islanders need and expect to offer a more responsible way of gaming, and to offer expanded and increased ability to help those that have a problem with gaming. So I think we can't bury our head in the sand. We can't turn off the gambling at the bridge. People are doing it every day. I said it in committee. We all have one of these, Honourable Speaker, and I think it's important that we look across the country and do a jurisdictional scan. Over 90% of Canadians have the ability to now to gamble online in this form, and that will increase when Nova Scotia comes online. So I think it's important that we offer that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Aldona, second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the expected projections show about $750,000 potential profit in that first year, and I personally believe that that's only going to be new gambling. It's not going to be taking gambling away from other billion-dollar sites that can probably do it a lot better than what we can do it here. But one of my concerns is, and a concern of a number of constituents that have reached out to me, is that if I'm a problem gambler and I quit a number of years ago, and just recently, and I have gotten it in the mail, like you haven't used your ALC account in X number of years, and I've got the the coupon right in the mail. You can sign up, you can log back into your account and start doing this. And that's a real concern for me. It's a concern for my constituents that if I'm a problem gambler and I've taken the steps to quit, and all of a sudden I see it right in front of me, just log back in, just log back in. That's different than what you just see general advertising. It's direct mail to potential addicts. What are we going to do to stop that, Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. We have the ability through ALC to opt in and out of any promotions, any games that they have online, and we are still in the beginning stages of what this will look like, Honourable Member, and I think the ability to put regulations in place so that people can say, I'm not going to gamble for the next 24 hours, I'm turning that off. And one of the other offerings is that you cannot increase your limit. You have to have approval. You have to actually have your identity verified before you can even register online, and that's not the case with the offshore sites, Honourable Member. And I think it's important that we take responsibility for this and to do it in a safe and regulated way. So that's the discussion we're having with ALC. We'll continue to do that, and let's not forget, this is not a new way of gambling. It's not a new platform. Has been there, and I would hope that Islanders will put their, if they're doing this for entertainment, that they'll look to ALC, because they know all of the profits come back to the Atlantic provinces to help with all the programs and services that we need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Atlantic Canada Regional COVID-19 Vulnerability Report, which is a mouthful, commissioned by the Atlantic Chamber of Commerce and published by APEC, has just been released. Travel-related, customer-facing and commodity-based industries are among the most negatively affected by COVID-19. This isn't news to us. Rural areas are more typically vulnerable to these economic impacts because of their greater dependence on these industries. Question for the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture. What actions will your government be taking to address the significant and immediate economic challenges faced by rural islanders?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member. So over this last 11 months, it's been a learn for us all around in this legislature. We've had to adapt, we've had to move quick. Early on, we've seen impacts on what has happened with the economy here in PEI. We work towards them. Now, over this last 8 months, we've been able to pivot and look at the industries that are hurting, look at the areas that are hurting, the supports we can do, and we continue to roll them out all the time. We've got more in the process now. We're listening to industry, we're looking at our numbers, and we're trying to pivot the best we can. So, for example, our innovation programs, there wasn't a lot of support towards a small business. We're changing them. There's going to be an announcement here in this legislature on the program review. Skills PEI programs, they haven't been looked at in years. We've seen a lot of people that want to up their skills that have had struggles before navigating them programs. We're changing some of our skill programs as well. So we're doing everything we can today to make sure that we're going in the right direction for the future for all Islanders.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Both Kings and Prince counties have a very high vulnerability score on this report due to a larger share of their labour force being in at-risk industries, so fishing, agriculture, manufacturing and tourism, as well as high unemployment, low median income and a high share of seniors. Question for the same minister. These industries are an essential part of our identity as islanders as well as of our economy. They include businesses large and small. What will your government do specifically to support these essential industries to recover from the impact of COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism, Economic Growth and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So one thing COVID has taught us that every industry is different. There's not one solution that's going to fix the problem of the economy. So we need to look at each individual industry on a one-on-one basis to see what some of the gaps are. We need to look at the locations. One thing this government has looked at, and we're doing a tremendous job, is our rural areas. This government consists of a lot of rural MLAs. Rural PEI has been neglected for years on the business side of it, and we've clearly seen that. And there's many opportunities happening now, a lot that we'll be able to talk about as the session gets going and some of the initiatives going on. But the department's continue to working on each industry. One thing that I'm pushing the department toward is to simplify our business navigator, for example. So anybody that has an issue that are struggling to find programs or just the right to support, we put in the business navigator so they can call and we can guide them in the right direction. We're looking at putting on bodies on the ground to tour Prince Edward Island, to listen to industry, to find out where the problems are at, to adapt and work and develop programs to help.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The speech from the throne that we heard yesterday spoke about innovation, sustainability and inclusivity. Can you explain, if these are priorities for your government, why you didn't mention rural PEI or rural islanders at any point in that speech?
The Honourable Minister of Economic, Tourism, Growth and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can only say is that we wouldn't have to. We're rural MLAs that work hard for rural. Day in and day out, I don't divide a city to rural PEI. I work hard for each and every individual in Prince Edward Island. We're going to continue to do that. We're leaps and bounds in rural areas and what we're doing, and we're going to continue pushing forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, a little homework for tomorrow. Question period. Answers 40 seconds. Questions 40 seconds. Answers 40 seconds. Supplementary questions, 25 seconds. Now, honourable members, I've reminded you of this many times. And we're into another session, and this is probably the worst session I've seen. I do not like interrupting people, but honourable members, I'm going to have to start interrupting people. It's a little out of hand today, honourable members. It's important issues, important questions, important answers. I know everybody across PEI wants to hear it. But honourable members, we have a schedule that we go by, and I'm going to have to start going by the schedule. I was fair and as honest as I could be, but let's try a little better tomorrow. Thank you. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. PEI has set bold targets of being the first net zero energy province by 2030 and to have net zero emissions by 2040. Building on our strengths, these targets are achievable but challenging. Our path towards net zero will require collaboration from tip to tip, as well as significant investments in infrastructure, capacity and research and development to accelerate the clean tech sector growth and innovation to support the transition to a green economy. Clean technology is any process, product, or service that reduces negative environmental impacts through significant energy efficiency improvements, the sustainable use of resources, or environmental protection activities. This process will provide our island with solutions now and into the future. We plan to embark on a strategy to build support and encourage PEI's clean tech sector. Our vision is to establish an industry-led leadership model and a destination that attracts and fosters the growth of companies, entrepreneurs, and talent focused on advances in technology, processes, and know-how that contribute to clean growth and accelerate PEI's path to net zero. Some of our immediate plans include creating a $50 million loan portfolio to existing, new, and existing businesses towards clean tech solutions, establishing 3 tax-free development zones to encourage clusters, providing tax-free rebates to those investing in an improved PEI clean tech firm, launching a $10 million fund over the next 5 years earmarked for clean tech projects. We are fortunate to be able to work so closely with our post-secondary institutes when finding solutions to our challenges. Working alongside them, we will establish a PEI Energy Academy and an Eco-Innovation Park. These facilities will work with Holland College and UPEI's Center for Climate Change. The Energy Academy will help with training, research, and early development of energy innovation. We know that many young islanders have brilliant ideas, and we want to foster and empower them to implement those ideas right here. The Eco-Innovation Park will connect to local and regional industry, education, and culture. The Eco-Innovation Park will help us produce big ideas, impactful innovation, powerful relationships, and meaningful results. Our goal is to create new solutions and leverage new technologies to address energy, environment, and climate change challenges right here at home. Climate action is essential in protecting our island environment for years to come. Creating a sustainable future for all islanders will require bold action across sectors, and we need to start now. And I'm really excited about this initiative, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Mr. Speaker, I am personally excited about the emphasis on clean tech in the throne speech and in the commitments that have been made. It was one of the more tangible pieces of the speech from the throne, and builds directly off the addition of clean technology to the strategic sectors for innovation, PEI, that was the first piece of legislation that the now official opposition passed in this House back in 2018. However, Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss in not sort of having concern around a focus on an investment and buildings as a way to foster innovation. The biotech industry in PEI is a phenomenal example of what can happen when you have a long-term strategy. But there are key things that made that biotech industry a success. There was a champion for that industry within government. That was Michael Maine and the establishment of the Island Prosperity Strategy back in 2007 with a $200 million commitment in 2007. Now, yes, that also included aerospace and IT, but that is a very significant sort of skin in the game when we think about where we are now in 2021. There was also, obviously, an existing champion that already had demonstrated international capacity in the field, and that was Regis Duffy and Diagnostic Chemicals. And those are some of the key things that allow you to anchor and create a new industry. It's having that champion, both internal and external to government. So I would really like to hope that government has either identified or is enticing or recruiting or building those champions here now. Building an eco-park comes after the establishment of the ideas, the innovation, and the expertise. You are as likely to get fantastic innovation and ideas coming from an empty room at the UPEI if you put the right people in that room. And so that leads to the also real hope that the government is working actively with those industry partners who effectively are the people sitting doing R&D at UPEI. Clean tech, the core of clean tech is in the IP, in the technology, and coming up with those new ideas and owning those ideas and then scaling those ideas to make money. That takes a really long time, and the sooner we start, the better. There are ways we can accelerate that, and they sit in our amazing capacity to be creative and innovative in our post-secondary education systems. This is a real advantage for us to think about how we can invest in what we already have, expand that out, and be flexible about how and what this looks like as we move forward. It's not just about jobs and investment. It is actually about building the potential for a new industry that our children are going to benefit from on a long-term basis. So I am cautiously optimistic, but also really looking forward to seeing some of these details and some of the strategy about how we're going to roll this out, knowing that there are lots of other places we can look to for expertise and advice to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank the Minister for his statement. Mr. Speaker, while I commend the Minister's obvious interest and uptake on clean tech initiatives, I would caution the government from thinking that clean tech alone will be enough to curb climate change here on PEI. Mr. Speaker, our entire caucus understands the dire threat that climate change poses to our island. Whether it be negative impacts on the agricultural industry, coastal erosion that threatens our landscape, or detrimental effects on our overall quality of life. The Liberal caucus knows that more must be done than has been in the past. That is why my colleagues and I stood in support of the motion to get more aggressive on our carbon consumption. While clean tech investments are important, this government needs to understand that Islanders expect details as to how we will need to alter our behaviors in the short term, not just the long term. A clean tech industry will not simply appear overnight. While investing in clean tech is a commendable decision by government, Islanders are crying out for this, for us as legislators to take short-term steps as well. We must be bold, Mr. Speaker. Islanders and future generations depend on it. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure that the first statement I deliver as the Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning is about our early years sector. The past year has made it abundantly clear that affordable, accessible, inclusive, and high-quality childcare is not a convenience. It is a necessity. L'année qui vient de se terminer a bien montré que les services de garde de haute qualité, abordables, accessibles et inclusifs ne sont pas une simple commodité. Il s'agit d'une nécessité. Mr. Speaker, Islanders can be proud of our nationally recognized early learning and childcare system. We are a leader in the field and will continue to be aggressive and progressive in our efforts to provide our children with a strong and healthy start in life. Our early childhood educators are the building block on that success, and as a government, we will work with the sector to further develop a workforce strategy. Central to that is enhancing educational opportunities and ensuring that those who work in the sector are properly compensated. The province of Prince Edward Island is pleased to co-chair the work on a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system that will benefit children, families, and our labour force. As we work towards a universal childcare system, Prince Edward Island will respond to the unique needs of island communities. We will prioritize the designation of more early year centres and add an additional 300 childcare spaces this year, including for pre-kindergarten. Nous prioriserons la désignation de plus de centres de la petite enfance et ajouterons 300 places en service de garde cette année, y compris pour la prématernelle. Mr. Speaker, this fall, we will be expanding access to island 4-year-olds within a publicly funded pre-kindergarten program, as we are eliminating any financial barriers for families. Expanding early learning and childcare in Prince Edward Island with a universal pre-kindergarten program creates equity and the opportunity to bring children together. It also further supports the child's overall development and fosters an interest in learning. Government will work collaboratively with the early learning and childcare sector, parents, and communities to build upon our current program and establish core standards and guidelines needed to successfully deliver a quality program for island children. Consultations will begin in the coming weeks with the early years sector, the Child and Youth Advocate, Indigenous and Francophone communities, opposition parties, parents, and children. I'll be able to say more on those details shortly. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to make long-term strategic investments in the early learning and childcare sector to strengthen our communities and, most importantly, provide our children with the absolute best start in this life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And anytime we have a chance to talk about our early years sector, I love to grab that and run with it because, as you know, early intervention and prevention is my top priority. And when I hear that we're getting 300 new spaces, that is fantastic. And when I hear that in the fall we're rolling out our pre-K, we're expecting to have our 300 spaces in place in 2021. Si on veut un programme de bonne qualité, il faut bien comprendre les problèmes, il faut bien régler les problèmes, et la nouvelle qu'on va avoir 300 nouvelles places et un nouveau programme de pre-K, ça me donne, j'ai une grande concern avec ça, parce que ça montre qu'on ne comprend pas les problèmes encore. So if we're going to stand and say we want good quality services, yet within this year, we are saying we are going to have 300 new spaces and a pre-K program. Does this government not realize how overburdened our early childhood education system is, or our child care? It baffles me that we are just going to say we are going to have 300 spaces. Have we not heard loud and clear the wages? How are we going to bring them up to parity with EAs in the school system by this year? Great, love to see it. Have we listened to our early child care providers in rural areas who say they need, a lot of them are new to our province. A lot of them, English is not their first language. They feel unsupported in rural communities. They need some community supports around them. They say access to public transit is crucial for this. So we hear from countless early child care centers and early child care providers who are fearful that they need to close their doors because they cannot find people who will work for that wage. They cannot retain their workers because they don't make a livable wage. We say we value our children, and we're okay with people being completely burnt out and exhausted, trying to work potentially 3 jobs. So I'm going to stop there to all that to say it's great we're going to do this. I hope you understand the issue and work towards that, because if you implement 300 new spaces this year and a pre-K program without doing the work, the system is going to fail, and it is our children who suffer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbank, third-party housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I'll say something positive. I'm glad you're consulting with the Child Youth Advocate on this one. Mr. Speaker, this government decided to announce 300 more spaces in their speech from the throne. They failed to articulate exactly how they plan on doing this, but there doesn't appear to be any financial commitment associated with this promise. Instead, it comes across as a rushed announcement from a government who are trying to keep up with demand. Not to mention, there's been no regionalization mentioned, no infant spaces mentioned, no timelines with the exception of a year. And we've heard that before. Mr. Speaker, I've received call, emails, and direct messages from parents who are unable to find adequate child care for their growing families. And in a number of cases, this has resulted in mothers and fathers not returning to work. So this is bigger than child care, Mr. Speaker. This is creating inequality right across the board. It's hurting employers, it's hurting families, and the Minister of Economic Development, it's hurting the economy. People are not going back to work. People are waiting. And then, Mr. Speaker, it likely trickles down to mental health and causes anxiety amongst families. I know because I've talked to people in the last few days that have been trying desperately for a year, that are staying home, giving up their jobs or their positions or possibly promotions to make sure that they look after their children. So this is a huge issue. It's bigger than just saying child care spaces 300. Sounds great, and it is, and kudos to you guys if you can pull it off. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody should be commending you on doing it. Mr. Speaker, we need to do it right, though. We need that the federal government has already earmarked funds for increasing child care. Maybe that's what you're waiting for, because they've been pretty much carrying the load here the last 10 months. We've had $4 million already come in, and the former minister spent some of it, but he didn't spend all of it, so there's some of that $4 million sitting there. Perhaps that could be used for infrastructure on some of these facilities that can't take any more capacity. Mr. Speaker, we are on the verge of a child care calamity, and COVID-19 has put a microscope on it, as it has on many other issues. We need to do something, and we need to do it quickly, Mr. Speaker. And if you can do the 300, I'll be the first one to stand up and congratulate you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
You didn't talk to me once.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise in the House today for my first time as Health Minister. Nurses across the island offer care to island patients in a variety of settings each and every day. Many islanders have stories about a nurse that made an impact when they or their loved one were being cared for when they were sick or injured. Mr. Speaker, in an especially challenging year, nurses have bravely worked the front lines each day, not knowing what is coming next. At testing sites, working in the emergency room, working in primary care settings, and Mr. Speaker, so much more. PEI is not alone in its challenges to recruit healthcare professionals, notably nurses. It is a trend seen right across the country. Mr. Speaker, this is why we are pleased to continue offering the initiatives that we do and are building on that momentum to add more. For example, Mr. Speaker, last year we increased the financial incentive for graduate RNs and nurse practitioners from $1,100 to $5,000. Mr. Speaker, a new working group made up of representatives from Holland College, UPEI, Health PEI, and nursing professionals will work collaboratively to add more seats in nursing programs on the island. This will ensure more up-and-coming nurses have the opportunity to be educated, trained, and join the healthcare workforce. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to a focus on new grads, we will establish a fund to recruit nurses and nurse practitioners that will assist with debt reduction, a barrier many nurses face after completing their education. And Mr. Speaker, it's not just about recruitment, and that is why we are also investing in a fund for retention, mentorship, and training for registered nurses and nurse practitioners who are currently working right here in PEI. We want our nurses to be supported as they care for island patients doing what they love. Mr. Speaker, a new nursing strategy will strengthen our system, identifying new initiatives and supports to assist our nursing workforce. And finally, Mr. Speaker, a forecasting model will help us to see well in advance where the gaps are as far as staffing needs, so we can address them in advance. Mr. Speaker, nurses make a difference in the lives of islanders each and every day. We will move forward as a government immediately on these initiatives to recruit more nurses, retain our nurses, and shift the nursing workforce as a whole. This will ensure that nurses want to come and work right here in PEI, and when they do come here, they will feel well supported and they will stay. And Mr. Speaker, in addition to all these measures, our Recruitment and Retention Office has been working hard on physician recruitment and building on the great initiatives we've introduced in the last year, initiatives such as doctors recruiting doctors. And Mr. Speaker, already in 2021, we've recruited 15 new physicians to join our team here in Prince Edward Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition Whip.
Oh, yes, right. Forgot that part. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing I will agree with that the Minister has said here is that it has been an incredibly difficult year for our frontline healthcare staff and for our nurses who are they've had to change so much in their work, and it is an incredibly stressful thing to go into work during a pandemic and do everything that you can to protect the health and well-being of islanders. And many of those nurses were already under a great deal of stress because their workplaces were already understaffed. What we have to realize is that recruitment is important, but retention is even more important, quite honestly, and we have to stop thinking about retention as an afterthought. It's interesting to hear about a working group that is finally getting started between the UPEI Faculty of Nursing, Holland College, and Health PEI. I expect that the Minister has already spoken with individuals at UPEI and Holland College, and what the Minister would have heard or will hear in those conversations is that it is very difficult to expand those programs when we don't have sufficient staff to supervise and help train them in their placements, because we keep losing staff. We're not retaining the nurses that we have. So if we don't keep those nurses, then we can't train more. It's as simple as that. We can't, it's not possible to simply train more nurses that don't have the experience. experience takes time. You can't replace that. So we have to focus on retention. I also want to note that, it was stated in this House that last year that the Deputy Minister had already been, working tirelessly, was the quote, with the Faculty of Nursing to award a 2+2 nursing program, or opportunities that would allow our current LPNs to upskill to RNs more easily. That's something I hear again and again that our LPNs would appreciate, and would also put a lot of capacity in our system, because you know what, when you have nurses that are already working in the front lines that are going to go back and learn additional skills, we know that they are good at that job, that they are going to stay in that job, and it's going to be a good fit. And when we are training new nurses, that's always a risk, is that for some, they're going to discover that it's not the right fit for them, and some are going to leave that profession early. So yes, we do always need to be training more nurses, but we absolutely, absolutely must do everything we can to retain the ones that we have. I want to note that in every province, in every jurisdiction across the world and the country, they're offering financial incentives for nurses. This is not a new idea. So, if we really want to stand out, we're going to need to think about what is it that makes PEI different? What can we offer that is going to make us stand out as a province where nurses and other frontline healthcare staff will want to work? We need to start getting creative. We need to recognize that nurses want work-life balance. They want a seat at the decision-making table. They want accessible childcare and elder care for their families. They want a positive and encouraging workplace. These are not big asks, and they cannot be solved with a payout and with trying to offer financial incentives. We have to get creative. Nurses are they're an incredible core component of our healthcare system, and we've seen what happens when we don't have sufficient nursing staff. We see the closure of Western Hospital. We see that we can't sufficiently keep up our mental health and addiction services, which we are in a mental health crisis right now. And I want to highlight that having to close the psychiatric urgent care clinic at Hillsborough Hospital because we simply don't have enough staff to staff it, that is a terrible thing that has happened. We know that that was a fantastic program that was very successful, and we must be moving toward making sure that we are offering that program or something similar at Hillsborough Hospital again, because it was working and we need to learn from what's working. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight that doing the same old thing, expanding on the same old sort of initiatives, it's not going to make a difference. We need to get creative. We need to think about what makes PEI special, and we need to really be able to get out there and show those nurses and nurses across the country that this is a great place to work, it's a great place to be, and we have a lot of work to do in that regards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from O'Leary, Inverness, third party whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to congratulate the Minister for his first statement to at least give us some indication that we're working towards more physicians. And like I say, I always commend any minister who's up and says we got 15 more new doctors coming. They never say that there's 16 or 18 that have now either retired or left or whatever. There's always, so when we look at numbers like on the patient registry, we see those numbers continue to increase, Mr. Speaker. And as much as the Premier doesn't really want to give a number on how many Islanders should be without a family doctor, that's reasonable. I think it's always important that it should always be our aspirational goal, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we try to provide a doctor for every Islander, Mr. Speaker, or at least access to that. And I've seen, as a former Minister of Health, there are many models that are out there where we see, and I think the Premier referred a little bit to it in question period, where a doctor might have a number of nurse practitioners and they could have 10,000 patients. That model is and that's in a fee-for-service model, and you have done something similar to that in some of the collaborative practices that salaried positions. But this is a very complex issue. You're dealing with all of the professions, you're trying to deal with their unions, you're trying to negotiate things, you're competing with many other provinces. And I agree with my colleague from the Green Party there when talking a little bit about the process that every other jurisdiction is competing with that. And I encountered that. We'd have these incentives that we would pay for education, and all of a sudden we'd get a call to say that we signed that agreement, but we're getting bought out by some other jurisdiction that says they'll pay that. We got our money back, but we never did get the health professional, Mr. Speaker. I've talked to many in the profession. You know, we hear the issue a lot about retention. We've seen us lose a tremendous amount of staff to DVA has taken a lot of staff, and that comes down to issues around wages, life-work balance. There's a number of those things. So this is a very, very competitive market, Mr. Speaker. And then I also, and I'm sure many members in this House have also gotten many emails from the constituents of the LPNs. You know, we reclassified our LPNs, and in some ways that's a novel view and things of that nature. But now we're delaying on the payments that were supposed to be given to them for their efforts that they put in. We're also seeing some of those reclassifications impact some of the staff that they're not feeling very respected. So I think there's a key component of making sure we do respect our health professionals and understand that these models are challenging, but we have to really take the concept of competitive wages. We have to make sure that we're retaining our staff to be felt and valued here in this province, Mr. Speaker, and that we actually show respect to these professions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, honourable members, before we continue, we're going to take a 3-minute break. Did I scare you? Okay, presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. Oh, sorry, yes. The Honourable Clerk.
Honourable Speaker, I'd like to advise the House that pursuant to Rule 80K of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, this list of documents were tabled intercessionally, received by the Office of the Clerk. They were circulated to members as we received them. This list will be present in the Journal tomorrow.
Shall it carry? Any more tabling of documents? Reports by committees. Introduction of government bills. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled and moved seconded by the Minister of Communities and Fisheries that be now received and read the first time.
Which one?
Oh, sorry. Intituled the Government Reorganization Act.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 2, Government Reorganization Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this bill updates the names of government departments and titles of ministers in various statutes to reflect the 2021 reorganization of government.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce the bill to be intituled an act to amend the Architects Act and move second by the Minister of Communities and Fisheries that be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 3, an act to amend the Architects Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
These amendments are being introduced in order to raise the threshold of design of building required the services of an architect. We have consulted with Architects Association on the measures, and they are supportive of this change. In the legislation last year, members pointed out that the law required architects to be involved for the design of smaller, relatively simple structures. The amendments would increase the threshold so that an architect would not have to be involved in the design of structures under 300 square meters or less than 3 stories tall. We raise the threshold of professional design. An architect will not have to be involved in these smaller, simpler projects.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to be intituled a bill. I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled and second it, the Act to amend the Insurance Act, and seconded by the Minister of Communities and Fisheries, that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 5, an act to amend the Insurance Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the change specifies that advance payment of special damages applies to just car accidents.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled an act to amend the designation of beneficiaries under the Benefit Plans Act. And I move, seconded by the Minister of Communities and Fisheries, that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 6, an act to amend the designation of beneficiaries under the Benefit Plan Act, read a first time.
Overall, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this update lets islanders designate electronically beneficiary benefit plans like RRSPs or TFSAs.
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Jury Act. And I move, seconded by the Minister of Community and Fisheries, that the same now be received and read the first time.
Shall I carry?
Bill number 7, an act to amend the Jury Act, read a first time.
Overall, Minister?
Mr. Speaker, this bill updates the act to allow the sheriff to collect telephone numbers and other information for potential jurors.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Planning Act, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Communities and Fisheries, that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall I carry?
Bill number 8, an act to amend the Planning Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These amendments are being introduced as part of our response to some of the changes that the COVID-19 pandemic has forced governments and the public. The Planning Act is being amended to permit public meetings and public inspections of documents to take place using electronic methods. This would apply at times when there is a state of emergency in place under the Public Health Act and the Emergency Measures Act, or a local state of emergency under the Municipal Government Act.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to be on the floor a lot this session. Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Marriage Act, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Communities and Fisheries, that the same now be received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 9, an act to amend the Marriage Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister?
Mr. Speaker, this bill updates a number of provisions related to the people who can officiate marriages in PEI.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled the Missing Persons Act, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Communities and Fisheries, that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 12, Missing Persons Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister?
Mr. Speaker, this act provides police with additional authority to conduct searches and requests for information in missing persons investigations.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Change of Name Act. And I move, seconded by the Minister of Communities and Fisheries, that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 13, an act to amend the Change of Name Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister?
Mr. Speaker, this bill updates requirements for legal name changes.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my last one. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to repeal the Blind Workers' Compensation Act. And I move, second by the Minister of Health and Wellness, that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 14, an act to repeal the Blind Workers' Compensation Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister?
This act is being repealed because it has not been used in a number of years, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Regulated Health Professions Act, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 11, an act to amend the Regulated Health Professions Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These amendments will reduce the transition period of a council from 2 years to 6 months, allow an investigation committee to refer a matter to mediation after the completion of an investigation, clarify a reserved activity, provides that further reserved activities be prescribed, and amend transitional provisions for new colleges. This bill is administrative in nature, and many provisions were drafted at the request of regulatory colleges.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Real Property Assessment Act, and I move seconded by the Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that the said be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 10, an act to amend the Real Property Assessment Act, read first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill removes the term farm enterprise from the Act in order to eliminate confusion when administering farm assessment programs. It would also make a date change to align the Act with actual inspection practices and change the procedural requirements for one of the forms.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Liquor Control Act, and I move seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that the said be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 15, an act to amend the Liquor Control Act, read first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill addresses a consumer demand for low percentage alcohol and retail locations, removes the interprovincial importation limits on alcoholic beverages as stemming from the 2017 Canadian Free Trade Agreement. It allows patrons to bring their own bottle of commercially made wine into a licensed dining room for a sit-down meal, and it will allow them to take their unfinished bottle of commercially made wine from a licensed dining room after it has been recorked by the licensee.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Engineering Profession Act, and I move seconded by the Finance Minister that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 4, an act to amend the Engineering Profession Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill will provide a new section of the Act respecting limitations for civil actions related to the practice of engineering. Every province currently, except Prince Edward Island, has enacted legislation to establish an ultimate limitation period, ULP. A ULP Act acts in conjunction with the existing limitation period to provide a definitive end date for an action to commence which is now indefinite. These amendments will balance the interests of persons seeking to litigate claims and the interests of defendants who seek to avoid and/or defend claims.
There. Did I miss any bills? No. Government motions. Orders of the day government. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move seconded by the Honourable Premier that the first order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order number 1, consideration on the speech from the throne.
The mover? Yeah. The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Yes.
I never marked that down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the legislature, members of the media, everyone watching on Eastlink television and online, it's my great honor to rise today as the newest member of the Legislative Assembly to move the speech from the throne. This is an honor that I do cherish. I've spent the last evening trying to come up with the best way to deliver my remarks. I put a lot of time and effort into this, and the last thing I had mentioned was the members of the media. A few short years ago, I was one of those members of the media where it was such an exciting day to listen to the throne speech from the Lieutenant Governor, because you are basically the person who's reporting on the government's path for the future. So to be able to move this is a huge honor that I do cherish. 2020 was a year that, of course, will never be forgotten. For some, there are positive memories, but for many, it was a year that has taught us to take nothing for granted. As Islanders, we have always found ways to persevere and to accomplish our goals the Island way, as many say. As we aim our direction through 2021 and beyond, we do it all with Prince Edward Islanders' hopes and desires for the future on our shoulders. This government has changed the way that government should act and is also changing the way that Islanders see government and its actions. Getting to our current status in this worldwide pandemic shows what can be accomplished when Islanders work together for the common good. Mr. Speaker, this Assembly is no different. Members inside this House, from all political stripes, working towards a common goal to make PEI the best place to live, to work, and to raise a family. Prince Edward Island, in my humble opinion, as well as some famous others have said, and like the Minister of Education, I won't sing it, but Prince Edward Island is still the heart of the world. And the work that this government has done in its short mandate is evidenced in the number of people searching PEI as a potential place to call their new home. But as good as we have had it, there is always room to make things better. There are many pieces from this speech from the throne that are going to take courage to bring forward, but our government is ready to be bold and to take these challenges on. As our Premier had said in a recent podcast, we are elected to be the voice of the people. But one thing that I've learned in my short time here in this House and as an MLA is sometimes the people that put us in this position may not always agree on the best approach to each issue. Parents often encourage their children to be brave when facing their fears, and there's probably a bit of a lesson there for all of us as we go forward to tackle the challenges that face us. After reading the speech from the throne, I felt proud to be part of a government that is ready to be bold and decisive to continue Prince Edward Island's progress forward. I felt humbled and privileged to have the chance to serve and make a positive contribution at this important moment in our province's history. I also felt inspired to help do my part to help make a positive difference. That desire to help make a difference was why I put my name forward to run for office in the first place. Mr. Speaker, this will be my first full House session as a sitting MLA. I was sworn in as a member midway through the fall session, and I would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, your clerk, and all of the legislative staff for welcoming and supportive that you have been to me as the newest MLA. So I am excited by the opportunity to participate more fully, beginning with having this honor to move this speech from the throne. Since being sworn in, I have been fortunate to take on new assignments on legislative committees. I joined the Standing Committee on Education and Economic Growth, and also the Standing Committee on Health and Social Development as a permanent member. This has been fascinating for me as a new MLA, and it's given me the chance to soak up and be involved in the discussions about issues that are near and dear to me, along with others in this House. It also gives me, Mr. Speaker, a chance to learn about issues that I'm less familiar with, which I also value and am looking forward to discussing further. Excuse me. I would like to take a moment to thank the chairs of those committees, the Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park, and also the Honourable Member from Charlottetown, West Royalty, for being so welcoming to me as a new committee member on your committees. Interestingly, both committees that I serve on are bringing different lenses to mental health issues. The Standing Committee on Education and Economic Growth heard recently from members that the school well-being teams about the work that they are doing to support mental health of students. The Standing Committee on Health and Social Development has heard from community groups and government officials around mobile mental health units and harm reduction. I find the opportunity to look at an issue like mental health from a different perspective both fascinating and valuable. Mr. Speaker, one area that was very prevalent in the recent District 10 by-election was mental health and addictions. Those concerns and frustrations with mental health and addictions weren't helped by the pandemic, obviously. Mental health and addictions is something that does not directly affect every Islander, but it is something that definitely touches everyone who calls Prince Edward Island home. Each of us in this room have heard the stories, seeking help, and witnessed firsthand the voices that say something needs to be done. Too often in the past, I feel like as a government and as a society that we tried to paper over cracks with good intentions, but this is not an easy task and it is not always the best practice. Making a difference in mental health and addictions is not something that is going to be fixed easily, but even the longest journey begins with a single step. Taking that first step is often the toughest step to take. In our own lives, when we have a bad day or we have a hardship, sometimes all we want is someone to talk to, someone who will listen to us, to be and to feel heard. With the introduction of a real person answering a phone when someone is at their worst is an amazing initiative. This 24-hour-a-day phone line that will act as a first point of contact will be that huge first step. As we have moved into a more digital world and everything is accessible by a click of a button or the swipe of a screen, sometimes it's just nice to have a voice at the other end saying, "Thank you for calling, and how can I help you?" The voice on the other end of that phone could be the one thing that the person making the call needs to hear, Mr. Speaker, that someone is listening to them and someone wants to point them in the right direction. Because that is the thing with mental health and addictions. It is not as simple as a phone call and someone answering that phone call. It's someone who can help that individual get to where they need to be and also help them to access the service that is needed. I also applaud this government for seeking the input and the assistance of community groups that are at the front lines right now of mental health and addictions on PEI. These organizations are there for and are trusted by Islanders who have mental health and addiction needs, giving them confidence that they can reach out to these groups and receive the help that they require. I'm intrigued about the idea of creating a PEI Center for Mental Well-Being to serve as a central focus for coordinating mental health services. A modern, effective mental health system will need to have a blend of community-based services and inpatient care. Work is continuing, Mr. Speaker, on the mental health campus to strengthen the inpatient care side of things, and I'm interested to learn more about how the community-based side of things will also be strengthened. This government is listening to Islanders who are sharing their experiences, listening to advocacy groups working for change, and also listening to the other parties that are urging for action. Education, of course, as many know, is another area that I am passionate about. Not surprisingly, I've mentioned it a few times in this house. My wife, Ashley, is a school teacher, and we have two young children, Harrison and Sophia, that are making their way through the school system at present. Building a strong foundation in those early years is the best way to stimulate learning and promote resilience so that a student is positioned for success later in life. That's why our early learning and childcare sector are so vitally important to our future as a society and as a province. Reading in the speech from the throne that 300 new childcare spaces will be welcome news for many island parents. So will news of increased wages, resources, and supports for our early childhood educators. These are the people who are tasked with shaping the minds of our youngest Islanders, our future leaders, firefighters, police officers, public servants, teachers, business leaders, community advocates, nurses, doctors, essential workers, business owners, the list goes on and on. And these are all the future moms and dads. They do need the best guidance from the earliest of ages. I look forward to seeing more details of these to come forward later this session during the budget process. Accessible, quality childcare is an important building block for success, along with good nutrition and good mental health. Mr. Speaker, This year marked the launch of our school food program that's helping make a real difference in the life of our kids and their ability to learn and to grow. I was pleased to read in the speech that plans are in the works to further build on this good start and look forward to learning more on how this can help Islanders throughout the year. We have a very good early learning system, and the speech from the throne begins to chart a path to making it an excellent one. The proposed school to workforce transition team is another encouraging item that I took from the throne speech. This will be crucial to help young Islanders stay and work on PEI, because we have all heard the stories, Mr. Speaker, of Islanders who finish school and then head off island to try to find work. We need to keep those Islanders here on PEI. Another issue I heard about from constituents during the by-election, and I'm still hearing this as I tour the district, is access to health care. I'm glad that the speech from the throne is focused on improving health care on PEI and not being afraid to think outside the box. Time and again, Islanders have heard governments pledge a doctor for every Islander. Yet despite good intentions and best efforts, they do fall short because it is a monumental task. As the population of PEI continues to grow and our healthcare system sees more strains, this task of ensuring that we have enough staff can sometimes be harder to achieve. As was evidenced in the pandemic, healthcare workers are one of the most vital parts of our population. That value also makes the workers in demand. We heard the members speak earlier about this. They're also some of the most vital, which makes them very difficult to attract and retain the staff that we need to deliver the services that we need when we need them. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see the speech committing to new efforts to improve training, recruitment, and retention of valuable health workers like nurses, doctors, and allied health workers. One point that I'm applauding the government is the plan to double seats at UPEI for the nursing program. I had a deep discussion with a constituent who pointed to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that her son, who grew up in District 10, wants to live here and attend school here, but could not get accepted. PEI needs Islanders to fill vacancies in the nursing sector, and the best way to keep Islanders here is to give them more of an opportunity. As a Charlottetown MLA, I was also pleased to see the speech talk about the government working with the Charlottetown Airport Authority on ways to safely jumpstart our economic recovery. That's something that will be a key as we eventually put this pandemic behind and rebuild our tourism sectors and others that rely on quality transportation links. We all know that the tourism sector is probably the most affected by this pandemic. I do feel that the Activation Fund for helping with upfront costs and opening costs rather is a good start, but there does need to be promotion, both island and in the Atlantic region based on the Atlantic bubble opening up later this spring. I am very excited to hear about an incentive to help island restaurants start to rebound from a less than stellar year. Island-wide transportation is another key area addressed in this speech. As the province moves to net zero in 2030, I do think that this is a huge step in the right direction. Many of us, including in this House, take for granted that when we want to go to a grocery store, if we go to the rink or to the community event, that we just hop in our vehicle and we go. This is not the case for all Islanders, especially in rural parts of PEI. And I should know because I grew up in a very, very rural part of the island. Also, something I am interested in this government's eagerness to partner in the development and the expansion of the new clean tech sector. As was evidenced in the recent Super Bowl ads, there is an international move to become more environmentally friendly, whether it is an electric car or cutting down on our carbon footprint in our own homes. I do see a lot of potential in this new endeavor to inspire learning, innovation, and enterprise. Similar partnerships and investments were forged by previous governments to nurture the development of our aerospace and bioscience sectors, which today contribute to many well-paying jobs to our island economy. Something that is always on the minds of Islanders, both young and old, is of course jobs. If this new initiative is able to bring up to 2,000 new jobs in the next decade, focused on sustainability and innovation, then this will be a great thing for Islanders. Mr. Speaker, of course, with growth and prosperity come challenges in other areas. Our economic success has increased pressure on the housing sector for many years in terms of access and affordability. These pressures, in turn, impact the construction sector, which employs many skilled Islanders. There's no magic bullet solution to housing, but with determination and hard work, there have been improvements made. New housing is being created by the public, the private sector, and also not-for-profits to try and meet the challenge and demand. The most recent data on the housing market shows that the vacancy rate has improved from less than 1% to nearly 2%. It is positive progress, but it is not something to rest your laurels on. I will continue to advocate for creative housing solutions, as I'm sure many of my colleagues in the chamber will as well, no doubt. Before concluding my remarks, I do want to convey a heartfelt thank you to my family, my friends, my constituents for their support and encouragement as I embark on this new journey. I'm eager to hear the thoughts of the other members also about the speech from the throne. With that, I will end my remarks, and I will add that I will move our government speech from the throne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll now call on the seconder of the motion, Monica Kilmuir, Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I have the podium if that's possible? Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I notice once I stood up to speak here that the sun has come out and the sky's blue, and I guess that's a good sign. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today and second the speech from the throne. This is our government's second speech from the throne since taking office nearly 2 years ago, this coming May. And quite a bit has changed since then. Back then, originally I got to move the speech from the throne, our government's first speech from the throne, and that was quite an honor, and I'm very, very pleased to be able to second this speech. Back then, probably over half of the members in this chamber were elected for the first time, and one of them being myself. And I was in a similar position as the member from Charlottetown-Winslow is now in, a newly elected MLA, and a huge learning curve. And I can tell the member that it does. 8 years. Yes, that's right. I did work in the office for 8 years, so I guess I had a bit of a head start. But member, it does get a little better, so there's something to look forward to. And as I mentioned, quite a bit has changed, and I chaired the Committee on Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, which is certainly a pleasure to do, and it's a very important committee, as all committees are. And as we consulted with the public on the Water Act regulations, and it's nice to see that finally will be come early June, that we will see that come into effect. Mr. Speaker, and over the past year and a half, probably 20 months or so, I was also able to table and pass a private member's bill on vaping to help restrict the access to youth and help curb that trend. And I think, well, actually this coming Monday, March 1st, we'll see flavors will be officially banned. I'm not overly popular in the hockey team I coach. I know they're a little upset, but I think it's for the better. And as I've said, it's not something that's going to change overnight. I completely understand that vaping isn't just going to disappear overnight. It is used as a cessation product for people who are trying to quit smoking, but unfortunately what we've seen is tobacco companies have found a new way to try and get youth addicted to nicotine. So hopefully we can reverse that trend notably in my bill, increasing the age to 21, restricting where the point of access is for the purchase, and also getting rid of the flavors. But what we really need is a culture shift, and I think over time, I think we'll see that happen where eventually vaping will be looked upon as, similar as smoking. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that I truly believe actually has changed the face of politics in PEI, and I know, the opposition does applaud me the odd time when I stand up and ask questions in question period, because they're usually tough questions, and but I think that truly has been allowed by the Premier, and no one has ever told me that you shouldn't ask a question that you feel is appropriate, that you feel will help your district or help address an issue. And I can honestly say that. And the same thing with committee meetings. No one's ever said that, we need to try and get this done in committee, or we should try and move this way. It's, as a private member, as a backbencher, I've always been free to express my opinions on any issue that I feel necessary. And I think it's made for better government. I truly have. I think we see probably over time in most Westminster parliamentary systems that power has been concentrated heavily in either whether it be the Premier's office or the Prime Minister's office, whichever it might be. But empowering the backbench and private members to have a bigger say has, I think it's really helped strengthen government, and I'm very pleased that I've been able to be a part of that. Drink of water here. Yeah, I have someone applauding for me. Thanks, members. Appreciate it. And still today, I think even after, I think some might say, well, the numbers in the House probably said that, we had to get along because, we didn't have a majority. We needed the opposition support to pass confidence motions. But, I guess maybe technically now they say on paper we would have a majority. But I don't think one thing has changed since even though the numbers have changed, I truly don't think anything has changed. We have House leaders that are meeting, discussing legislation, opposition putting forward amendments to bills, suggesting ideas, government, not necessarily take all of those, but from what I can see, takes some of those and listens to that advice. And, I think it strengthens bills and legislation. And I guess another example would be the input into the budget, throne speech, capital budget. All of those things are really quite unprecedented. And even now, the numbers might not say that it's technically a minority government, but I'm glad that I'm still part of a government that wants to listen to all sides of the House, and which makes for much stronger government. Mr. Speaker, this speech lays out a path to tackle issues that matter to Islanders: economic recovery and growth, mental health and addictions, education, healthcare, climate change, to name a few. Economic recovery is something many Islanders are thinking about as we weather this global pandemic. In the throne speech, it talks about a new focus on developing new growth sectors like clean tech and supporting existing growth sectors like tourism that have been so hard hit by this pandemic. New loan programs, research funds, tax incentives, and new clean tech clusters will help kickstart growth in this emerging sector as we pursue a net zero future for our province. I'll get my oar in the water early and suggest that perhaps Three Rivers might be a good area for one of these clean tech clusters. I'm always advocating for my area. I think we'll certainly take anything we can get. Targeted funds for safe reopening of tourism operations and air service, marketing funds, and customer incentives are new measures that will support our tourism sector, its hundreds of businesses and thousands of workers. These are targeted measures for two sectors of the economy, but the economy as a whole needs support to help get back up where we were before the pandemic. Revamping programming at Skills PEI and Innovation PEI to make them more responsive to the workforce and business needs is a step in the right direction. So are efforts to improve the path of transition for students leaving school and entering the workforce. We have great potential in our people and growing needs in the workforce in sectors like construction, skills trades, healthcare, and education. Better alignment of supports in this area will benefit us all, as will the new agency for workforce development that will enhance our data collection capacity around the labor market needs. I also would like to applaud the government for committing to new microloans to support entrepreneurship in underrepresented populations like the BIPOC community and others. As chair of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, I was pleased to hear about the new initiatives to support our farming community. Farm cash receipts and their spin-offs are one of the biggest drivers in our economy, helping finance the many social programs that support islanders. Programming to help with soil health, crop rotation, water access, and buffer zones will benefit sustainable growth in one of our most vital industries. When I talked about workforce needs earlier, I mentioned the health and education sectors because on top of the direct benefit of staffing and supporting programs, there's also economic benefits that will come from these measures that will boost our economic recovery, like higher wages, more consumer spending, investment, and other spin-offs. Nurses, teachers, child care workers, and other like people working to expand access to virtual care and electronic health records all spend money in their communities like the rest of us. Speaking of healthcare, there are many initiatives to applaud in the throne speech. New funds targeted towards nursing recruitment and retention are very welcome, as is better support for our many partners in the community-based delivery of mental health services. Introducing a single point of access for mental health and addiction services and creating a 24/7 service phone line to help navigate the system will be important steps to improve access for islanders needing to access help. Expanded use of electronic medical records and virtual care will help with recruitment, retention, and improve scope of practice. I represent many seniors, so I welcome efforts to build on the seniors' health strategy with a focus on safe care at home and closer to home care. Giving seniors more tools to live safely and independently are wise investments to make. And speaking of wise investments, Mr. Speaker, creating 300 new child care spaces and increasing funding for child care workers are important steps along the path towards offering universal pre-K to make our early learning sector even better for children and families. And I look forward to the day when the member from Cornwall Meadowbank gets to stand up and congratulate our government on that. I doubt there's anyone in the chamber who would argue against the value of frontline resources. So improving frontline resources for important partners in learning, like school counselors, student well-being teams, autism consultants, was welcome news in the throne speech. Earlier in my remarks, I spoke about inclusion. A couple of noteworthy items in the throne speech deal with inclusion, and I didn't want to let them go unmentioned. I think creating partnerships with vocational programs like the Atlantic Police Academy to fund seats for underrepresented groups and visible minorities is a very positive step. Another very positive step is working with police agencies to focus on crime prevention, alternatives to punishment and rehabilitation, including new therapeutic justice options. Embracing a more holistic approach in this area will benefit law enforcement and safer communities. Mobility is important to all islanders, but especially so for islanders living with disabilities. So I welcome the throne speech talking about supporting taxis, cabs, and rideshare operators to retrofit vehicles to ensure travel for islanders with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to take a bit of time to comment on a number of things in my district. I know you always love getting up and speaking about your district when your turn for the response to the speech from the throne came. And spoke at length, too. Mr. Speaker, in my area, anyways, I want to be able to, whenever my time is up holding this seat, and whether that's in a year, 5 years, 10 years, hopefully 10-ish, I'd like to be able to look back and say we accomplished, we did make it better, and we grew the, whether it's jobs, roads, healthcare, even just small things. And one thing I try and do is I try and get back to everyone. I don't necessarily always deliver good news. Sometimes it has to be bad news. It might not be the answer they want, but I do try and get back to every constituent. And I've always believed that if someone needs help, they need help. It doesn't matter what color they might be. I think that's hopefully a thing of the past. If someone calls me and they need, they can't access a service, or they just, they're just having a tough time, then I really do try and help. And, a number of the things, I think, a lot of positive things that we've seen happen is, one would be the internet. Obviously not everyone has high-speed internet yet, but I think the minister has made great strides in getting to reaching that goal. And I know in my district, the town of Montague itself is fine because, of course, the town has everyone has fiber up in the town. But they are, I know Bell Alliance has been laying quite a bit of fiber up already. I think probably doing it today too. They're heading down towards Gasborough, down that way, past Lower Montague. I know residents are quite happy. And I guess for those that haven't received high-speed internet yet, that it's coming. It might take a bit of time, but most people, I think, appreciate that we're making headway on it. They understand that it's not going to happen tomorrow or perhaps even the next week, but at least there's a plan. They're seeing progress, and they're quite happy with that. So I thank the minister. I know his staff have been very helpful anytime I need help with constituents that have questions. I just call them up, and they get back to me usually the same day, and with exactly what that person can expect and when they can expect it. So it's been very appreciative. In order to grow our community, we do need key infrastructure. We need to fund infrastructure. One of those being water and sewer. We're trying to work on a project to expand water and sewer in the town, and which would mean more jobs. You can attract manufacturing. Businesses can set up because they want those services. And I know, I'm trying to push this forward. There's always pushback that, maybe that's not money best spent, but I think in the long run, to grow our community, grow a tax base, attract new families with new jobs, it's a huge initiative, and I hope we can fulfill it. Active transportation has been a huge thing, and I applaud the former minister for starting that fund, and it's been huge. I know we've put some paved shoulders on some roads. People have been very ecstatic with that. Much easier to get around, travel, and whatnot. So cycling, running, jogging, you name it. And I know there's a number of projects in now. Hopefully we'll get funded, and we can keep expanding that. That's right, even for your area as well. Just took a while. And healthcare is always a big one. Obviously I have a hospital in my district, KCMH. It's been a hot. I think it's been raised in question period by probably every member that sat in my chair, and certainly it's an aging building, and I hear a lot from doctors and nurses that work in that building that really it's near its lifespan, and I hope in the future we can see some plan of what's going to take place in that with the building, but not just. It's easy to just say, well, you got to build a building, but I think there's probably a bigger picture that has to be looked at, and how that would look. And I really want to be a part of that, and to improve access to healthcare in my area. And I know it's not something that happens, you just get elected and we're going to do it right away. It's something that takes time. It's going to probably take 5 years, 6, 7 years to get done, but I'm looking forward to working. The new Minister of Health there, I know he's big on rural PEI, and he's told me that he's very committed to healthcare and rural PEI. That's right. Yeah. And one other thing I'm pushing for as well in the hospital is dialysis. And hopefully we can, there's a lot of residents in southern Kings County that use this service and travel to Charlottetown. Some travel to Surrey as well, Mr. Speaker, to your district. And I really hope that, in the future we can offer that service at KCMH again, which we used to offer it, I think it'd be over 10, 15 years ago. And I guess just to touch on the paving, of course, we can't, I know my residents are quite happy with the paving that has taken place. It's something that was desperately needed in rural PEI after, much neglect by the former administration. But, to stay positive though, like it is nice to see the paving that's going down, and not just simply paving, but rebuilding the roads. And Mr. Speaker, I see you're looking for more paving as well. And I hope the new minister will continue to hope maybe break the former minister's record on the amount of paving. I think I heard him say he wants to try. It's a big record to break, but just send it to Kings County if you don't mind. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to talk a bit more before I finish. I wanted to talk a bit more about mental health and what I've seen in my district. The people that call me, message me, and I'm glad to see that in the speech from the throne, and hopefully in the upcoming budget, as stated by the Premier in his State of the Province address, that this will really take on the light will be shone on this, and we can hopefully make progress on it. And I know the member from Cornwall Meadowbank has spoken at length about mental health, and he's been a big advocate of it for sure, whether it's in the legislature and committee meetings. And I think we've made big progress already. We've whether it's a number of things, a new phone line that the Premier announced, and I think that'll be huge, with one single point of access where you can be directed to the help that you need. So you can just phone one line, someone will answer it, a human being, and they'll be able to point you in the right direction. And at the new mental health and wellness campus, progress is being made there, and I think that will go a long way in addressing a lot of the needs that PEI has. And as well as, the restructuring at Health PEI with some of the senior leadership and some of the new individuals that were brought in, I really hope that helps improve access to health care, the point of access, which is really one of the big parts. And I just wanted to people are good at hiding mental health, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly no different. One would think that being elected at 27, I had a lot going for me. I do. That I'd be the happiest person in the world. And I have a big smile. And the smile can be good at hiding a lot. Sorry. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have to be that guy. My mom's a single mother, and she worked hard to raise 4 of us. I'm the oldest. The next oldest would be I'm 29 now, but the next will be 20, I guess just turned 28. There's 2 years difference. The twins are 20, just turned 24. And so my mom became a single mom when I think I was in grade 8. And it was tough. Like I was the oldest, and I had to grow up pretty quick. And I think, I think it helped a lot. It's probably part of the big reason why I sit in the chamber today, because I basically had to help raise my 3 brothers. And, whether it was helping them get to hockey practice or, a game, or we were all on different hockey teams. Once I had my license, I was basically a taxi. But I don't regret any of it. My mother worked probably 4 jobs to us at the time. We thought we had it, we did quite well. But now that I look back, I realize actually how much my mother struggled to raise the 4 of us and to make sure that we all had the nicest hockey stick, or we could go to the tournaments or off island. And I appreciate that. But I do feel that I had to grow a really thick skin, and I never showed anyone that I might be not feeling all right, or I was always had to put a smile on, and usually spent most time making sure everyone else was all right, and then never really worried about myself, that my brothers were all right, my mother was all right. And time goes on, and now I'm elected. And as I said, you would think that being elected and at a young age, and everyone must think, well, geez, Corey must be very happy. He's, look at him, look where he is. And I'd have to admit, since being elected, I've probably never felt more isolated and alone, if I was being honest. And only compounded by the fact that when COVID hit and we were locked down, I live on my own. And it was, for the first 2 to 3 months, it was a struggle. And, we're quite lucky now. We get to, we're able to live a fairly normal life compared to some other provinces. So get to see people and whatnot. But it was tough, and I was struggling, but I just always put a big smile on. I joke and I laugh, and everyone just thinks I'm a happy-go-lucky person all the time, which I am, and I'm happy with that. But during the campaign, it was, oh, look, Corey and that nice big smile. But the smile does hide a lot, and I've never really spoken about it before. And probably the past number of months have been the biggest struggle, even to the point where my mom said to me one day that I'd just love to see the old Corey back, that smiles, laughs, and jokes around. I think I'm doing better. Back in November, I started running with someone, jogging. And actually, I'd started jogging with them too, because they had a goal they wanted to reach. So I decided, well, I'll go help them out, help encourage them, and just help them along the way. And what had originally started out as me helping them actually ended up working in reverse, and they helped me huge, tremendous. I could probably say now that I'm happier. I feel better about myself. There were some points that were extremely tough. The weight on my chest was so unbearable that I would take Ativan just to calm myself down. Probably wouldn't admit that to many people, but now everyone knows. But it's, I'll be honest, there was you would think, I always thought, well, mental health, everyone just kind of gets over everything and it's fine. But there was times that my chest was that it just felt like there was so much weight on it. And not about anything in particular, but I found it unbearable by times. But I don't want to mention his name, but the individual that I started jogging with and kind of working out with, a very kind, polite person, good humored, funny. He ended up changing me, whereas I thought I had started to help him. So I truly want to thank him from the bottom of my heart. I'm forever grateful for what he has helped me see in myself and to be a better person, to help me realize that perhaps I should be proud of what I've done. And I just want to thank him. I don't think he realizes how much he's helped me, but he really has. And I'm very appreciative of it. And, I hope he can realize how much he's helped me, because it's been a lot. Mr. Speaker, I won't take up any more time, but I just wanted to kind of tell that story, to really focus in on mental health and the importance of it, because I'll be honest, a number of years ago I wouldn't have said that mental health is important. Not important, but you kind of think, well, people don't really deal with that. I don't, like, it doesn't affect me, but it does, and I'm glad that we're going to make headway in this, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was one of those rare and memorable moments in this House that happen from time to time. And I want to thank my colleague from Montague-Kilmuir for the bravery and the courage to show your vulnerability as you just have, and to tell Islanders that mental health is an issue that is there for every single one of us. And I am sorry for the distress you have clearly felt recently. And I really thank you for saying what you just did. A book I read many, many years ago, Mr. Speaker, and I can't not speak to what the member has just said before I get to my official response. The title of the book is I'm Okay, You're Okay. And in reality, that's not the case at all. None of us is okay. None of you is okay. We all have our struggles, each in our own area. And again, I want to thank the member for the honesty, the openness, the vulnerability that he has just shown. I think it's important for us as leaders in the community not to have a facade that we're impregnable, that everything is okay in our lives, because it's not. And I was just very touched by what you said, and I want to thank you for it. It's my honor, Mr. Speaker, to rise today and to respond to the throne speech. and to be the leader of the official opposition in Prince Edward Island and to be the representative of the citizens of District 17, New Haven, Rocky Point. It is a privilege to sit in this House, and I never forget that. Always try and remind myself of how lucky we are to be here. The central defining characteristic of our country is the constant tension between the unique and largely independent provinces that are also part of a grand singular collective called Canada. As Canada's smallest province, Prince Edward Island has all of the jurisdictional privileges of the other provinces, with all of the unique benefits that come with being able to craft our own path, which is suited to our unique individual particular situation. The last year has shown very clearly the benefits of this relative independence. We were, at least from a public health perspective, able to navigate the pandemic arguably better than any other place on Earth. And that was in large part because of our ability to make our own choices and because of our islandness. That doesn't mean that we weren't susceptible to the economic and social disruption that accompanied the pandemic across this entire planet. This is a pivotal moment in history, and it presents our province with a rich opportunity to respond to that disruption and to set our sights on a future that will best meet the needs of all islanders. Our island's greatest strength lies in our collective sense of responsibility and of well-being, and that's been talked about here today. This social cohesion is responsible for the strong community resilience which helped guide us through this pandemic to date, and it's the same force that will craft our prosperous future together. The official opposition envisages a future that works to repair the damage of the pre-COVID economy and creates a regenerative island economy built on the fact that every single islander is equal and deserves to be treated as such, and that we are all part of this earth. The well-being of all people and the planet will flow from the work that we do together, recognizing that caring for each other and for the earth is the most important work of all. And here on Prince Edward Island, we have the opportunity to create our own distinct future, sweeping away the systemic structures of an unjust and unsustainable world and replacing that with a society that instills and creates balance and provides dignity and security for all. Government will play a critical role in achieving this vision. And while it may seem that everything has changed since the Great Disruption last March, many of the issues the official opposition raised about the throne speech in 2019 are still very present today and still in desperate need of attention. A throne speech is the time for government to express its big dreams and to tether those dreams to practical and attainable policy. Making good choices now in all of these areas will set Prince Edward Island up for a future that is both fair and sustainable. COVID has indeed presented challenges, enormous challenges, but it's also created opportunities. It presents us with an opening to imagine a different kind of future. Politics, when it is practiced skillfully, will choose policies that pave the way to a better future. Politicians are, in one sense, succession planners. And when we do our job well, our children and their children and their children benefit from our work. I'm constantly reminding myself of the privilege that we have by virtue of our place in this House, of being able to introduce ideas, to debate them, and to pass them into law. Only 27 islanders sit in these seats, and we are the only ones able to do that. And that is both a heady prospect and a heavy responsibility. this chamber can be both inspiring and exasperating. It is at its best when we bring forward big ideas and debate them with open minds and good hearts. It is at its worst when the chamber is overtaken, as it all too often is, by small-minded pettiness and partisanship. The gift of jurisdiction that we have as a small province gives us broad responsibilities on some of the issues that most profoundly impact islanders' lives every day. We can, to a far greater extent than most comparably sized places, chart our own course. We can be bold. We can be innovative. We can be distinct and unique. And I call on us, all of us who sit here in this time, in this place, to be just that, to be courageous, to be imaginative in our deliberations and in our decisions. There is much wrong with the world, and we have a chance to face up to it. The injustice, the exploitation, the damage being done to individuals, to communities, and to the natural world. Perhaps we can't change the whole world from here, but we surely can change this little corner of it that we are blessed to call home, Prince Edward Island. Mr. Speaker, I sense a deep unrest in our community, and I'm sure that many of you feel that too. There was a time when citizens had confidence that their governments could look out for the common good, that they had the power to shape things, to carve our future. I speak to a lot of people who fear that this is no longer the case, that things are quite literally out of control. And by that, I mean out of the control of the democratic institutions in which we have placed our trust and our faith for hundreds of years, or in the case of the indigenous people of this land, who have their own very sophisticated democratic systems for hundreds of generations and for tens of thousands of years. The power of influence has shifted from democratically elected governments to institutions that are in many ways much bigger, more powerful and richer than most national governments. I'm talking, of course, of corporations. Where once governments could control boundaries and set national policies that reflected the will of the citizens, now our economy is increasingly dominated by businesses beyond the control of governments, acting outside the will of the citizens. The ability, or perhaps more accurately, the political will to raise sufficient taxes to provide high-quality, essential services like healthcare and education and transportation and elder care has been eroded to the point where we see private enterprises stepping into all of these areas, often with very negative impacts. The closure of regional transportation hubs and routes, for example, and that's something that we can all identify with here on Prince Edward Island. The unequal access to post-secondary education, and most recently and devastatingly, deaths in overcrowded and understaffed seniors' homes, though thankfully, of course, we avoided that situation here on Prince Edward Island. This is often the result of those very corporations lobbying and pressuring government for lower tax rates, for perks, for incentives, for tax holidays. And these may be, of course, a boon for the corporations, but they become very quickly a liability for governments. These corporate perks lower government's fiscal capacity, while those corporations greatly benefit. We've transitioned from a market economy, which I would absolutely support when well regulated, to a market society, where increasingly everything is for sale, and it's difficult sometimes to distinguish citizens from consumers. We have conceded the paving of the road ahead to entities that are more concerned about next quarter profits than they are about the next generation. And quite predictably, Mr. Speaker, this has led to a society where young people enter the workforce, if even there is employment for them, to precarious, low-paying jobs without benefits or protections, unable to afford housing in their community, and for those who attend post-secondary education, crippled with debt, and all of them by stresses that are impacting their mental health. It's no wonder that our province chronically struggles to retain our best and our brightest young people. We have an opportunity to reimagine our future, to decide that quality of life is more important than money. We can reflect on our path forward for Prince Edward Island, the reality that we are one human family on a shared planet. We can decide that 500 years of a colonialism is enough. We can reject and dismantle the systemic racism and discrimination that has plagued our society for centuries. We can challenge the unjust power structures where the voices of the privileged few so often speak for the majority. We can decide that centuries of growing, expanding corporate power is enough. We can decide that centuries of burning fossil fuels is enough. We can and must confront and move on from all of these things that have come to dominate our society and which cause us so much distress and so much dissatisfaction. Prince Edward Island is uniquely placed to move on to a better place and to secure for our citizens, both present and future, the autonomy, the dignity, the democracy, the freedom, safety, equity, and the opportunity to seek meaning in our lives that is the birthright of all. As we emerge from the pandemic, there will be many important choices to make about how we collectively recover and rebuild, choices that will affect islanders for decades to come. We may never be able to return all aspects of island life to pre-pandemic conditions, and in some respects that's probably okay. But in this moment, right now, here, we are presented with the opportunity to rebuild our economy and our province and our society in a way that is fairer, that is cleaner, and that is inclusive for all. This post-pandemic recovery is going to take a great deal of work. While all islanders and businesses will be involved in this work, it is government that must take the lead on the planning and recovery so that no islanders are left behind. Yesterday, we heard the speech from the throne. It represented what is meant to be government's vision for the province. And what a trite, timid, and tepid vision for our island it was. We have T3 Transit, we now have a T3 speech from the throne. At a time of such great opportunity, why show so much political restraint, so little willingness to be bold and to be audacious? From what we heard yesterday, it seems that the Premier is happy with the status quo. He's content with the state of our mental health and addiction services. He is fine with a housing crisis that continues. He is okay to see so many islanders without a family doctor. In fact, he went as far to say it's unrealistic for islanders to expect to have that. Although I take that he did say access to primary medical services in a collaborative situation is fine. But it seems that in many respects, this Premier is giving up to a certain extent on some of the issues that are absolutely critical to the health and the well-being of all islanders. So why I asked, did this government need a reset? I'm not really sure why the Premier felt that a reset for this government agenda was needed, when what we heard yesterday simply commits to largely continuing to do what is already being done. This government is choosing to step back from a future that is beckoning us, that is begging us to think big and to be daring. If ever there was a time when governments have been called not to step back, but to step up, it is now. This is why I have called this throne speech timid and trite and tepid. That alone is disappointing, if not shocking. But I can't fathom how the Premier feels that the work his government has been doing is anywhere near satisfactory in addressing the wicked problems that islanders are facing. These problems, of course, existed long before the pandemic, and if definitive and decisive action is not taken, they will continue to persist long after COVID is gone. This is a critical time in island history, and it demands a historic and bold response from government. And this speech from the throne certainly was not that. Government is not prepared to be the leader islanders so desperately need at this time of upheaval and uncertainty. And when you hear words like, and I quote, "our approach will be evolutionary and not revolutionary," you know that government to a certain extent has checked out. Evolution is a term that we use to describe change over generations. Truthfully, I probably should not be surprised. Slow change over generations has been a hallmark of Liberal and Conservative governments that have led this province for decades. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the change our province desperately needs today cannot happen over generations. It is needed now. I recall sitting in this House just a few years ago and hearing the Conservatives who sat in these seats chastise what they referred to repeatedly as a tired Liberal government. Ironically, the Premier and his Conservative government have been in power just 2 years, and it seems to me that already they appear to be tired, unwilling, and incapable of presenting a decisive vision for a post-COVID PEI.
Who
wrote that for you? That's not you. You don't say stuff like that.
Oh, couldn't even say it with a straight face.
Somebody wrote that for you. Use your own words.
It also seems to be a pattern of this Premier to woo islanders with wonderful promises and stories. Admittedly, this is the Premier practicing his very fine skills of good storytelling, but it's not stories that make meaningful improvements to the health and well-being of islanders and its province. It's good policy. Islanders have been very clear and vocal in their dissatisfaction with the response of the Premier and his cabinet on the critical issues that are impacting families, youth, seniors, and island businesses. By our count, government in the throne speech introduced 8 new funds and 6 new agencies yesterday. Yet no long-term economic recovery plan for our province. Throwing money at a new fund or agency all sounds well and good, but it's not enough, especially when it will only likely increase bureaucratic red tape, and it will do nothing to help islanders right now. We may simply end up spending more money to create more bureaucracy and more confusion. I wonder, is the Premier using the success of our health response to COVID to mask his inability to create a long-term post-COVID recovery for our island? Given how less severe COVID has been here on PEI than anywhere else, this government had such an opportunity, had all the more time to prepare a plan for this recovery. Why did it squander that opportunity? Healthcare services, including mental health and addiction services, are essential for the physical and mental well-being of all islanders, as well as the active participation of those islanders in the labour market and our economy. The Premier claims that mental health is one of his government's priorities going forward, yet we saw hardly a mention or update on the new mental health hospital or campus, and certainly no reassurances that government will be expediting construction of this hospital, something our caucus included in our submission to government for the throne speech. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this government's apparent urgent commitment to mental health services went from shovels in the ground on day 1 to here's a phone number, please hold, your call is important to us. Please hold the shovel for 2 years. This call is important to us. It's true that this new single point of access phone line is a sign that the Premier is finally starting to understand and realize just how significant a crisis mental health is here on Prince Edward Island. However, I'm not sure that this is going far enough to reach those who are in crisis, or if it will actually help people in the midst of a mental health emergency. First of all, how will this work? Is it like 211 and only directs to other services? Will people actually be referred and have appointments made through this line? Will the navigators of this service be island-based staff with special training and some amount of mental health expertise? We currently have a mental health and addictions phone line that is indeed answered by trained health and addiction staff between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on weekdays. So is this simply an expanding of that service to be 24/7? So many questions, so little information. For this to truly work as a single point of access, we need trained PEI-based staff answering the calls, the ability to directly refer callers to services like detox, like the Hillsborough Hospital, counselling services and other supports, trauma-informed training, and the ability to communicate with EMS if that's necessary in a particular case. This new phone line cannot simply be a warehouse of support, cannot simply be a clearinghouse for islanders in mental distress. It must be connected to a warehouse full of supports and services that are immediately available to be dispatched when those calls come. Just this week, Mr. Speaker, I received an email from a constituent whose granddaughter has been waiting for over a year for a psychiatric consultation, only to find out just yesterday that yet again the appointment has been cancelled for the 4th time. We have to acknowledge that it's far more than simply getting information about services. Indeed, information may actually be unhelpful when islanders continue to face long wait times to access services and barriers to accessing those services in a timely manner, when islanders actually need the help right there and then. Referring people in crisis into a void is going to do perhaps more damage to those same islanders who have already suffered because of this government and its choices. We must have the services. They must be properly funded. This cannot simply be a clearinghouse. Mr. Speaker, let me remind you that this government, under the leadership of this Premier, chose to close almost all mental health and addiction services during the early days of the pandemic, while many other health services, and those were deemed, they of course were deemed necessary too, were kept open. Unit 9, the transition unit, in-person counselling, almost all of those were closed immediately. And when push came to shove and difficult choices had to be made, this Premier showed just how much he does not prioritise mental health. This government owes islanders not only increased services, but an apology to those affected and their loved ones. It's critical that government take meaningful, immediate action on this growing crisis that is impacting so many island families every day. A phone line is just not enough for islanders who are in crisis. Islanders also expect government to work to ensure that they are able to get the care they need in their own communities. And I do appreciate the words in the throne speech about establishing community-based, multidisciplinary healthcare centres. And I truly hope that this is one of those times when the actions of government will actually meet the promises that are written on the page. The recruitment and retention of frontline healthcare staff is, of course, a key component to building a comprehensive and successful healthcare system from tip to tip on Prince Edward Island. Government seems to think that throwing dollars at recruitment and retention is all it takes, that that's going to be sufficient, but history has proven that that is not true. There is no thought given to the holistic experience of living on Prince Edward Island, things like the availability of housing, the lack of high-speed rural internet, and the lack of transportation possibilities and alternatives. All of these things impact retention efforts. And having people on the ground to support these new families who are arriving here at difficult times in their lives, they need really strong supports in their communities for not just the healthcare professional that's coming, but for her husband, his wife, their children. All of the family needs have to be met in order for that true support to retain these healthcare professionals when they come here at a difficult time in their lives, when they are often overworked and given new responsibilities in a strange place. We are not providing the supports they need, and retention is a critical part of making sure that all islanders have access to primary healthcare services when they need them and where they need them. We need trained healthcare workers working in the field to even adequately attract more workers. And the throne speech described recruitment as happening in a competitive marketplace, which is absolutely true. Enormously competitive marketplace. So how about, rather than trying to compete to lure health professionals with big bucks only, we use our enormous competitive advantage of being a fabulous place to live. Discerning people recognize that quality of life is more important than money. If we focus on what the island provides so effortlessly and so naturally, the safety, the purity, the peacefulness, the community that epitomizes our province, I believe then we will attract the health professionals that we need and would truly make inroads into the patient registry to finally provide those local primary healthcare services that all islanders, wherever you live, deserve. But to do that, we must also address and fix the things that make the island a difficult place to live. Mr. Speaker, we know that not everybody has access to the same quality care in our society, and we need to do more to close those gaps and to decrease the inequality everywhere, but particularly in our healthcare system. As part of our caucus's speech from the throne submission, we asked that government increase funding for the PEI PharmaCare formulary, to implement a protocol to enable funding for treatments available on the formulary for rare diseases, while also being more transparent and thoughtful in its response processes for formulary requests. Our office, and I'm sure other offices represented in this legislature, receive emails and calls regularly from islanders with serious diseases that, if only they had access to the right medications, they could prolong their lives and increase their quality of life. And every contact I have received, I have forwarded to the Minister of Health and asked that they consider increasing the funding for the formulary. It pains me to tell the islanders that reach out to me that I don't have the power to give them access to these life-saving drugs, but that the people who do, thus far, have not listened to our pleas to increase funding for the formulary. I sincerely hope that a substantial increase in the formulary, at the very least to get us on par with the other Atlantic provinces, will be announced in the coming budget. I am so disappointed not to see it discussed as a priority in this throne speech. We also, of course, requested that government extend dental care coverage to seniors and low-income islanders with no private dental coverage. This was actually something that was promised in the last budget, but as far as I'm aware, has yet to materialize. And we requested that government provide more supports for islanders living with diabetes by eliminating age discrimination in the provincial insulin pump program and providing offloading devices to all islanders in need. Still nothing. We also asked that the shingles vaccine be made available to all seniors. Still nothing. For years, islanders have called for more autonomy and choice when it comes to planning their pregnancy, including having the option of a midwife as part of their birth plan. Government must finally fulfill its promise and implement midwifery on the island. We also expect government to introduce the long-promised women's health strategy to focus on women's health and well-being across the healthcare system. You cannot continue to say that you support and prioritize women's health without actually implementing any measures that benefit them. Since the start of this pandemic, we have seen just how important it is for politicians to listen to the experts. PEI has weathered COVID so successfully in large part because health experts like Dr. Heather Morrison and Chief Nurse Marion Dowling are steering the ship. Government must reduce the potential for political interference and return decision-making in health PEI to the experts. And the best way to begin the long and difficult journey of improving healthcare on PEI is to return that decision-making to the experts by putting the Health PEI Board back in charge of making decisions. Thank you, Premier, for that. I look forward to your support on the bill that we'll be bringing forward to accomplish just that legislatively.
If it makes sense, I'll certainly do it.
Thank you. None of these requests to improve our healthcare system were included in yesterday's speech from the throne. And I'm at a loss as to understand how any government could exclude such fundamental and important initiatives for its vision for this province. The Premier has said that this throne speech represents a reset and that it repositions his government to prepare for the post-COVID recovery that we are all slowly but surely entering. It's true that the choices we make now will have a profound impact on the future of our province. And this pandemic, of course, has been historic in the devastation that it has caused to our island economy and communities. We will indeed have much rebuilding to do in the coming years, and I'm glad to see that this government is committed to being an active part of that recovery. But the island economy that COVID devastated was not without its flaws. And I've often argued in this House before that before the pandemic, our economy was in need of a major transition, whether because of climate change or regional disparities or the glaring fact that our provincial economy here on Prince Edward Island keeps about 40% of islanders living in poverty. Everybody acknowledges that we need to rebuild the economy. But what kind of economy we build is our choice. We can choose to rebuild the same economy that we had in the pre-pandemic, or we can choose to build an island economy that is clean and is prosperous for all islanders. And while I absolutely see some potential in the efforts outlined to build a clean tech economy sector here on Prince Edward Island, the throne speech is utterly lacking in its vision for the future of the rest of the island economy. For instance, the speech includes some supports to help the tourism sector to stay afloat through the next few months, which is absolutely critical, of course, but there's nothing beyond that. And we know that cruise ships, for example, will perhaps never likely return to their pre-pandemic heights. The challenge is not only how do we keep our businesses afloat through COVID, but how do we help the industry adapt to the post-COVID world, not to the pre-COVID world, but to the post-COVID world. This government is showing no vision whatsoever for the future of tourism or economic development more broadly. And again, it's not like we haven't had an opportunity, we haven't had time to develop that vision. As I already stated, and as we all know, Prince Edward Island has been extremely fortunate to have avoided the worst of COVID. And I would have thought that our good management would have allowed this government to divert some focus away from the immediate needs of the pandemic response towards the development of a policy response for economic recovery. At least what I've seen in the public domain, it appears to me that this has not happened. A big part of the economic development plan, if one can call it that, seems to be getting people off of CERB and into jobs. Now, worth speaking a little bit about this. When the Premier made a similar remark in the early days of the pandemic, islanders were rightfully upset. CERB has been an essential life support for so many islanders and Canadians. And of course, we're grateful that the federal government was there and they stepped up to deliver that necessary program. And the results achieved by CERB were and are absolutely remarkable. Problem is that some people were making more money than they were in their previous employment. increasing their standard of living and their ability to stimulate their local economies. And we saw decreases in the number of Canadians declaring bankruptcy over typical years. The Premier, I think, rightfully backed away from his statement in those early days, and he's been walking it back ever since. But it's worth asking why Islanders are reluctant to return to some of those former jobs. It's worth asking why a federal government program that was designed to provide roughly minimum amount of financial assistance for people to actually survive has led to better economic outcomes for some people. And honestly, I think this government is neither ready nor equipped nor understands the difficulties and is ready to make those difficult choices and have that difficult conversation regarding how our economy needs to be transformed. Government has spent so much time and energy framing the discussion of our economic challenges as labour force issues, and it's not that those are not there, but they've spent so much time saying that workers aren't skilled enough, Islanders don't want to work, and so forth. Rarely does government ask what our industries and employers are doing for island workers. PEI governments have been very gracious towards large corporate interests here. Grants, loans, wage subsidies, tax cuts, tax credits, training programs, you name it. None of the millions of dollars these programs represent raises even an eyebrow. Conversely, you give a working-age Islander some CERB money, a little bit of money, a tiny bit of money to ensure that they can just meet their basic needs and survive, and government loses its mind. It's shameful, and it's beneath a government that says that it is about people. It's no surprise then that government drags its feet when it is asked to better support vulnerable workers by raising the minimum wage. These are some of the very people who are at greatest risk of contracting COVID, and yet they face insufficient wages, precarious job security, little or no paid sick leave, and inconsistent hours. In fact, many of the COVID outbreaks that we've seen on Prince Edward Island and beyond have been related to businesses where employees likely would be earning the minimum wage or thereabouts. And sadly, it seems that the case of the recent cluster in Summerside may indeed be another example of this. To reward these workers for their efforts to keep Islanders fed and cared for, to provide these essential services, what did government do? It gave them a 15-cent raise to the minimum wage, one of the smallest increases in modern PEI history. And although government loves to talk about making PEI a competitive place for businesses, it is clear that it has little to no interest in making it a competitive place for everyday workers. We care about wages, Mr. Speaker, because that's what fuels our economy. They are what Islanders use to buy local goods and services. They are, in part, what gives Islanders a sense of financial security or insecurity. They are what Islanders use to feed and clothe themselves. They determine whether Islanders will be able to buy a home or start a family. I could go on and on about the Islanders falling behind under this government. So think I will. Mr. Speaker, while I'm happy to see some health initiatives geared towards seniors, I'm gravely concerned about the lack of economic support to lift seniors out of poverty and allow them to live with security and dignity. The government loves to talk about collaboration in this House, and admittedly, sometimes that, at least recently, has felt like a one-way street. We are frequently asked to provide input or suggestions into various government initiatives, and we don't always see a reflection of that input, and that's fair. I don't expect you to take all of our ideas, but sometimes when government does use our ideas, it will gladly unveil them as their own and take all the credit. No, that has happened on a number of occasions. But we do not.
Anyone in the history of this place. Come on.
There is collaboration, but sometimes those ideas do not. Yeah, we do not.
You don't believe that.
You don't care about Islanders if that's all you want is credit.
Mr. Speaker.
Do you care about Islanders or do you care about credit?
We do not present these ideas to take credit for them, to answer your question, Minister. We advance them because we think they will lead to meaningful improvements in the lives of Islanders. With that said, you could only imagine my dread to see a lacking vision for seniors. Our pre-budget submission included expansive tax relief for seniors, and there is no such vision for relief here. Our seniors have worked and volunteered so much time and effort over the years to make this province what it is. There is no excuse for not doing more for them. A prosperous economy is one in which all Islanders thrive. Government innovation and entrepreneurship programs should be broadened to include sectors such as tourism, arts and culture, and the traditional emphasis that export-focused businesses have always had here on Prince Edward Island. They should also be reviewed, especially in the context of decarbonising our economy. Diversity and inclusion targets to support underrepresented groups must be incorporated into all of our economic development programs. Mr. Speaker, a prosperous island economy is also one in which all island communities thrive. Rural and urban communities are interdependent, so we must ensure that both are doing well, which is why I'm alarmed by the total lack of any mention of rural and a vision for it.
You were mad when we paved all rural PEI?
Not my part of rural PEI, you didn't.
You're right, because you don't like pavement.
I did not say that. I want equitable. I want equitable.
The last 6 months, you don't like pavement.
I want equitable access to good transportation systems across this province for every islander. We have not seen that with the spending of this government.
Don't spend any money on pavement.
Don't fix the culvert, don't pay.
Okay,
don't do anything.
Ministers.
A prosperous economy is one in which all islanders thrive. Government innovation and entrepreneurship programs should be broadened to include sectors such as tourism, arts and culture, and traditional emphasis. I've already said that. I'm going to carry on, Mr. Speaker. Given our aging population, which is particularly acute in some rural areas, one of the key drivers of rural vitality, both socially and economically, is going to be immigration. Increasingly, we're realizing that one of the keys to successfully integrating newcomers is the involvement of local communities. The federal government has recognized this and is creating a municipal nominee program. With much of rural PEI, of course, being unincorporated, will this government simply let so much of our rural areas and so many rural communities miss out on this opportunity? Rural vitality will need strong local governance, and this province needs to work with local communities and stakeholders towards building that strong local governance across the island so that we can properly access this federal program. Mr. Speaker, creating a prosperous and sustainable agricultural sector is fundamental to the well-being of farmers and the financial and environmental sustainability of rural Prince Edward Island. I'm glad to see in the throne speech that this government intends to work with farmers on a variety of measures to improve environmental sustainability. I hope these programs will also contribute to the economic sustainability of agriculture because, of course, those two things are inextricably linked. Mr. Speaker, the well-being of rural Prince Edward Island has always been tied to the land. The throne speech notes that, and I quote, "Land has always been one of the most precious resources that we have in our province." And I agree with that statement. In fact, probably I go further and to say it is the most precious resource that we have in our province. However, the dissonance between this statement and government's handling of the issue of land ownership leaves me deeply concerned. Current conflicts around land use and land ownership are not only hurting farmers, but they are also tearing at the social fabric of rural communities. For something with such importance to islanders, such cultural and historical significance, this government, I have to say, to my great surprise and dismay, has been utterly impotent. In the last speech from the throne, the last one, not this one, the last one, this government was resolute in its commitment to champion and uphold the spirit and intent of the Lands Protection Act. Since that time, it has done nothing. It has done nothing but hide behind privacy concerns, and it's delayed action. Government is perpetually saying amendments to the Lands Protection Act and the Planning Act will be ready for the next sitting of this House. And every single sitting, we get nothing. In this new throne speech, the commitment only a couple of, the commitment, only a couple of lines were snuck in towards the very end, and it's very muted. We will have an interim report on amendments, predictably, in the next sitting. Islanders have been calling for changes for years, for better enforcement and greater transparency, none of which this current government seems willing to provide. We've been talking about bringing in a provincial land use policy since 1973, when the Royal Commission of Land Ownership and Land Use was struck. That's almost 50 years ago. The reason we don't have change is not that we need more time. For goodness sake, we don't need more time. It's that governments have chosen not to act. And evidently, we're seeing the same old story from this current government. Mr. Speaker, the protection of our water is a critical debate, not only in this House, but in our island communities. After years and years and years of delay by both the last government and the current one, we finally got the news that the Water Act will finally come into effect this June. And while this is indeed good news, I'm puzzled that there was no mention of how this government intends to continue to develop water protections into the future. Government seems to think that its work is done with the proclamation of the Water Act, but really, the work of implementing the robust water protection regime that we need is only just beginning. There are big decisions that need to be made on things like holding ponds, on irrigation, and on high-capacity wells, and controlling excessive water withdrawals from municipalities. This government continues to allow water withdrawals in violation of its own policies. We just saw this last year in the Dunk River when withdrawals were permitted when the river was below the maintenance level set by this government. And Charlottetown continues to extract more water from the Winter River than its permit from the province allows. But the province does nothing to enforce these rules, which are already in place. How does the government expect us to believe that it will enforce the Water Act? Proclaiming the Act is only the very first step. A decisive shift is still needed. And judging by this throne speech, we can expect this government to continue to punt these difficult decisions down the road for yet another government to take care of. Mr. Speaker, climate change is a crisis that was overshadowed by the pandemic. But as we emerge from COVID-19, the urgency of reducing emissions and adapting to climate change must once again be front of mind for our government and this province. From the throne speech, it would seem that the core of government's plan is to grow the clean tech sector and to fund research. Now, don't get me wrong, those are really worthy efforts and I applaud them, and they could help to develop some of the innovations for future governments. But climate change is not only a problem of the future, it is unquestionably a problem that demands action today. It is a problem of the present. It requires immediate and decisive action. A good portion of the technologies and solutions needed to tackle climate change, of course, already exist, and we need to rapidly adopt those proven and available solutions. I'm glad to see a further expansion of energy efficiency initiatives, of course, and especially the focus for low-income islanders. I applaud government for that. Thank you. It is indeed good, but let's remember that it's really the lowest of the low-hanging fruit. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, transportation is the largest single source of greenhouse gas emissions in our province. Government's plan to clean transportation seems to be a vague promise to implement an island-wide transit system, something we've heard talk about, of course, before, but with very little actual follow-through. Now, I look forward to seeing that. It's something which, as I mentioned earlier in my speech, is a critical part of creating that equality and that ability for islanders to live anywhere in this province and have equal access to services, and for their quality of life to be equitable. So we need that. But we also need other things. We need more than just words on a page when it comes to creating an island-wide transit system. We need more than that. We also, on the page, read that it's going to encourage greater use of electric vehicles. Now, that sounds all well and fine, but encourage is not the language of a government that's intent on delivering transformative change. A legislated shift to 100% of vehicle sales being zero-emission vehicles by 2030 is the sort of decisive and ambitious goal that I would expect from a government that is actually serious on tackling climate change. Furthermore, it's somewhat baffling that there is no mention in this throne speech of further investments in renewable energy and renewable electricity generation. The electricity system, of course, cannot be converted overnight. It takes years and years to build and adapt infrastructure. So how does this government expect to reach net zero by 2030, less than 10 years from now, if it is not committed to the immediate expansion of renewables across this island?
Honourable members, the hour has been called. Call on the member from Morel Dona and the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Montague-Kilmer, that this House do adjourn until Tuesday, March 2nd at 1 p.m., not 2 p.m., but 1 p.m. on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker.
Shall it carry?
Homework is tomorrow.
Homework tomorrow. Don't forget your homework.